Recording in progress.
¿No? Muy buenos días a todos en este tercer día de seminario.
Good morning to all of you on this third day of the meeting. Thank you for accompanying us, and thank you also for joining this activity that is being developed jointly by the IADB and the Air Force of Chile. In our first session, we were talking about how happy we were to have 12,000 registered persons, and yesterday it even went up, and today we have 13,199 registered persons from 66 countries. This shows that when the organizations join up and see things looking at the future, they can really achieve wonderful things. So we are having an excellent framework for something so important as talking about the agenda of women, peace, and security. So thank you all for your trust in us, and thank you for accompanying us from your working places or your countries in this activity. Well, to start this last day, I want to introduce the agenda, and what we're going to see today is based on different topics. Yesterday, or the first day, we saw a little bit about the operational implications of the incorporation of women in operations. Yesterday, we talked about how the Resolution 1325 has been implemented in the different countries or in the different perspectives of the European Union, Southern Command, the IADB, and the national perspective of Chile. And today we're going to talk about different topics. We're going to talk about a study that is going to talk about the gender gaps and the impact in the development of a country, especially in the context of Chile. Then we're going to talk about the inclusion of women in the armed forces, a theoretical analysis and practical recommendations from the experience of Mexico, because this seminar is being done with the purpose of getting to know the experiences of other countries and the best practices that have allowed to advance in this topic. So as I said, we're going to have the vision of Mexico as well. Then we're going to talk about the importance of gender diversity in national security. This is from the UK, where we're going to see how gender has a significant relevance for something as contingent as national security. Later, we're going to talk about how in Chile we see the reconciliation of the family and professional life as the axis of defense policy. Because in Chile, we are in a third action plan and sustained in different adjustments and modifications in the internal law, like this part of the reconciliation of the family life and professional life is seen from the perspective of the armed forces. Then we're going to listen to Professor Jesus Gil about the operational planning with gender focus. Yesterday, as the military always plan and analyze the terrain, well, there are certain things that sometimes we forget. And now we're going to see how we see the gender perspective within the planning process and operational process that are used by all those that have adopted this methodology for planning. And then we're going to have a presentation about the sexual harassment in our work. And we're going to see the experience, the successful experience that we have had. And from this presentation of how we have been developing this activity, we're going to present a tool, a planning tool that was done with the company that the IADB has a strategic alliance in which they developed a software, and we're going to see it, and we're going to have the possibility how it can be free in this platform so that we can implement it, especially in the schools and academies, and how we can see the best practices with regards to sexual harassment in our workplaces. And then we're going to talk about cyber defense and the focus of gender, where we're going to see how streamlining and this gender perspective is. And then we're going to have a summary of what happened a few weeks ago in the United States of an activity that was developed by the working group of the Council of Ministers of Defense of America. We're going to go in depth, and Max Scheffel from the Defense Secretary is going to talk to us about what happened there. And finally, we're going to have the IDB's farewell remarks and the Air Force of Chile as well. So we're going to see the first presentation, and that is the gender gaps and its impact on the development of the country by Dr. Nicole Ijene, who is a doctor in political sciences by the University of Europe in Italy. She's a professor here in Chile at the Catholic University of Chile, and she is the head of investigations and research, and she has specialized herself in very specifically in the gender and the armed forces with different analysis and studies of our experiences and the experiences of other countries. And she has a publication called Patient and it's Asian Military Evolutions. And with you, Nicole, please, you have the floor. Good morning. I greet the authorities and the members of the Air Force of Chile and the representatives of the IADB and the diplomatic corps and the public here at this room and all those that accompany us online. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this seminar that gathers an impressive amount of people and topics and related to the integration of women into the armed forces. I was tasked with the presentation of the gender gaps and the impact in the development of the countries. Considering that the most operational and practical and applied elements have been approached in the first 2 days of this seminar and in a very excellent way. So I want to go one step backwards and go back to a question that is quite basic on this topic, that I believe that despite that it is quite basic, it is not totally answered. And this question is why it would matter to me, this agenda of women, peace and security and equality, because I can be a man or a woman, and I have lived very well with this word that gender was more associated with uniforms, and these discussions that sometimes are difficult about the social constructions and about what should be a man or what is and should be a woman. And today we have a debate, and this seminar is the witness of this on the gender issues, and mainly women. Women are at the forefront, but this is a very active debate. We can say that it is not a taboo, that it is socially accepted. The notion that there is a systematic problem that covers men and women in certain stereotypes or social standards with negative consequences in the majority for women. Nevertheless, this acceptance is not the same as the interiorization of the principles of gender equality. I can give you just one example with which that I have found a lot in my work in the armed forces in Chile, but also in other parts of Latin America and the world. It is a daily voice, and that is the affirmation that I think that is quite common to say. I'm not a chauvinist. On the contrary, I love to work with women because they are orderly, directed. That's why I'm very pleased for women to come in, the secretaries, assistants, and advisors. They can be women. But this affirmation reproduces this gender stereotypes and with that, the existing gaps. And when we do this type of affirmation on men are like this and women are like that, we have to ask ourselves, what are our expectations? I respect each. We have to respect each of the sexes. Are they equal? Do we promote a child, a boy, and a man to be orderly equally in women? If our answer is maybe not, then it is better to abstain from making this type of generalization. It would be better to demand, in this case, demand men to be equally orderly and diligent if that is what the institution needs, instead of freeing them from these responsibilities and filling these gaps with women. And so, and the rest of the time that I have, I want to dedicate to answer this question. Why does it matter to me, gender equality? Why does it matter to me? And why is it important for me, this agenda of peace, women, and security? And the first answer is quite close. It's because, well, it matters to me that all people that are around me are okay, that my aunt, my daughter, my wife, my neighbor have a good life. Well, another answer for attorneys is because of the legal commitments and international commitments that Chile has or of other countries. And a third group of answers to this question, and this is the one that I want to dedicate myself today, why gender equality benefits all people and the society as a whole. So I think that here we are in daily work in our organizations, we forget about this. The idea of they are requesting me for something on gender equality, and why I think it is important to remind you, and that's why I want to provide some data and evidences today to strengthen this issue that gender equality is not that men go a little bit upper and the men go down. No, and we meet in the middle. No, it's just that women go up where men are, because if women go up, everything goes up. And if we're going to talk about country development, obviously it is important. And I think that in first place, we have to think about economic development. So I'm going to start with the economic area. What happens if we have equal conditions as far as the participation of women and men in the formal economies? First of all, it increases productivity of the country. The International Monetary Fund, and which is not a feminist institution but has made a lot of research on this, reached the conclusion that the participation of women in the formal economies, in terms more or less equal to men, can increase between 4% up to 32% of the GDP. And if women participate in the formal economies, in the investment in education of their children, that increases, and that at the same time increases the richness of the country in the long term. If we have equal conditions here, this also leads to a greater general distribution of income. And this is interesting and interests us because it is a moment in Latin America where it is quite obvious that if the perception of inequalities in our societies is too high, it is difficult to have political stability. Here, cohesion of society does not work. We saw this in Chile in 2019. Now, the perception of equality and inequality is not always the same to actual equality. But when you perceive a great inequality, the perception is lower when the distribution of income is more equal among the society. Now, the economy of women in the formal economy increases the corporative gains. And because women have their talents, and their talents reach the society, and then the economy becomes more resilient. And besides that, and we have many studies that prove this, if women participate in the different boards of the companies, then the companies increase their corporative income as well. And the average of the OPTE in great companies with the participation of women is 28%. In Chile, we are in 15.2. Chile is a country like many others where the number of women that have masters is higher than the number of men, and significantly higher with masters, but they are not part of the boards. So we do not really take advantage of this potential that could reach to take us to a greater productivity. What does this mean for the military institutions? That means that women recruitment and their retention in the institutions is an issue for the institutions, but also it is something that goes beyond that. It is a direct contribution to a common good and to the development of a country. If we go from the argument, the economic argument, to the peace and security argument, we know that there is also evidence, broader evidence, that toxic masculinity resources to the physical violence and is focused on male values like physical violence and not letting the emotions influence in you. And this leads to a greater physical violence, whether it is or not the adequate instrument in a certain case, because violence brings counter violence and the escalation. And this is something we want to avoid when it is less probable that we have areas where the toxic chauvinism prevails, that there is more violence, and when women are in these spaces, that is reduced. We know that greater gender equality is correlated with a less extremism, and extremism defined as including the legitimatization of violence. This is demonstrated regarding terrorism and different armed groups. In the contexts of societies where there is greater gender equality, there is less extremism and less prone to be violent. And also the conflicts among states, where you know that each step, each sign that is sent. Now, I'm warning that I'm going to send a ship. These decisions are key because they can define the escalation or de-escalation of tensions in the conflict. We know that the decision making is better when in this process of decision making, there is the influence of different perspectives, an ample, broad perspectives. And it's not only a group of men or a group of women or from one social class making decisions, but what we want is for many people, different people, to influence in this process and make the decisions to reach and avoid different types of armed conflicts. I want to be very stressful on this, and I want to stress this. It doesn't mean that women are more pacifists. There is no empiric evidence to sustain this affirmation. there is a debate on this, but there is no empiric evidence. But there are two things where it is a different operation to be women and men. The cost of the cost of the proposal of a women for solutions that are not violent is lower than the one that men pay. Because in Chile, for instance, they say, let's de-escalate and let's look for a dialogue. People might say, well, they might have their experiences and knowledge to propose this. And if the Undersecretary of Defense says it, many people will say, well, he's not too strict. And secondly, to introduce the variety of perspectives. It's not a matter of being a woman per se, it's the variety that makes a difference. And so I want to gather two messages, core messages that I want you to take with you. This one is that to fight for gender equality is to seek to improve our country and society. And secondly, the importance of recognizing diversity and plurality, both in men and in women. Women have to be in the armed forces in all the different areas, not because they are important or because in the peace operations they can approach the population, the local population better, or because they represent some type of value in themselves, like more empathetic or better communicators. If we want to for this to find something especially valuable in women, then we have to demand men to be at the same standards. We've had this debate a lot because in the entry of women into the armed forces means that we cannot lower the standards, but we cannot forget that we have to demand men to improve where they are weak, like being empathetic and also to be better communicators and then be open to this plurality and diversity that exists. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you, Dr. Allen. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation and for illustrating within the different capacities to receive information with data and see with data the relevance of your topic. Thank you very much. Well, we're going to go to the second topic. The second topic has to do, as I said, with the experience of Mexico and how the inclusion process has been advancing in the armed forces from the point of view of a theoretical analysis. This presentation is going to be done by Maria Jose Matamoros, who is the head of doctrine of the Defense Secretariat of Mexico. In her curriculum, you can see that she is a lawyer from the University of Valle of Mexico in international policy and international affairs. She has also military preparation from the Serena, and she has courses in defense and policy, and she has been the author of many publications and strategic intelligence, and from the National University, the Autonomous University of Mexico. So she will bring great procedure to the seminar and the presentation that we will listen right now. Can you hear us, Maria?
Yes, I can hear you. Just an observation. I am not in charge of the doctrine of the National Defense Department, so we will correct that, of course. We will correct that. Let me share my presentation. And we can all see it, right?
Pues antes que nada, un agradecimiento.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the President of Council of Delegates, General Marco Antonio Alvarez Reyes from the Armed Forces of Mexico, for the invitation, also the Inter-American Defense Board and the Air Force of Chile. Thank you. I'm not going to start with the gender theory. I would like to explain the introduction of women in the armed forces. This is a theoretical analysis and a recommendation of the different practices. This is important to understand the civil and military dynamics, relationships that we have in the armed forces. Although we don't have a gender theory, I believe that we can take this analysis and this hypothesis as a starting point because we have in the armed forces the legitimate use of force is different from the other institutions, multidisciplinary, and has different actions. The dynamic of the interaction between civilians and military can be creating tension. We know, thanks to Huntington, that every society that has armed forces will have a tension between civil society and the military institution. That is the of this theory. Now, this tension is an opportunity area where we can locate women in the armed forces. This is my hypothesis. The greater the inclusion on the armed forces, the lesser the tension on the civilian and military relationships, and greater the approach and the easier approach that they have with the society. This can become an area of opportunity for reconciliation, performing different roles on different operations, different than war, right? To security, defense, peace. Gender inclusion can reduce this increasing of the tension that Huntington mentioned on the civil control that the armed forces have and looking to get closer with civil society. Let's remember that in this analysis, or what's the relationship between women with peace and security. In the modern days, we request to face new challenges. Within the institutions, women need to be included not only to close the gender gaps, but to increase the empathy, resiliency, how we adapt professionally in the armed forces as women to offer solutions that are the best for the complex environments that we live nowadays. So the capacities, the capabilities of women is to strengthen armed forces, militaries at a civil level, and can become a key element for the institutions that are armed, can perform the new roles, traditionally on peace maintenance, but also on cyber defense, reduction of the armed violence. This is a closer precision and more conciliation towards the civil society that can at certain point can mitigate the inherent tension that we have with the civil society. Let's remember that the social changes have taken us towards the inclusion of women in armed forces. They helped in 21st century the armed forces because there was a paradigm to comply with the challenges of two world wars. In the image, we can see a woman that was a very famous woman, very well known. She was a mechanic in in the First World War, and she is the Queen Elizabeth II. We can see another picture. This is a rifle L-885, characteristic of the English Armed Forces. So women can generate this change in the international agenda because the environment, the lack of certainty that we have nowadays. So postmodernism is requesting the same to transform the past. So how can we have complete inclusion on the armed institutes or institutions? I believe that three things are important to strengthen meritocracy, increased leadership, guarantee equality on the opportunities. Policies for inclusion on the armed forces for women should transit from the administrative positions, support positions, to advisor, to the higher positions, and to be able to make decisions. This is in many armed forces, in many navies, a building process. Fighting stereotypes wherein women are located in a more traditional for support, even when they belong to a higher rank. It's just important to prove the capacity of this decision making and these capabilities that we have as women to advance and to improve the armed forces and the different armed institutions. This is knocking on the door of the armed forces directly. It's important to explore different models with greater opportunities to have complete inclusion and the different areas, decisions, and positions of the armed forces, not to have a percentage of gender, but seen from the meritocracy. Because if something is acknowledged on the armed forces, is to have organizations that work with discipline, effort for merit, and merit will let you uh, have higher positions. But this it's needed in equality of opportunity. So, in this important debate of inclusion of women on the military forces and armed institutions, also the attention of the current paradigm where we are transforming professional soldiers of Huntington. We're seeing that the armed institutions need to change to become more flexible in the organization, to have the way to face the challenges of, defense and security, such as pandemics, civil wars. This is where we see that request of the civil society, as it currently is, needs to open the opportunity to complement the needs with women that are professional, that can take and put the challenges and the threats on the public policies. So the inclusion should be seen as an element that is enriching for the institution and the institutional capacities of the armed forces. We can envision a scenario when we have women in operation security in the continent, for instance, they can become a great element to prevent gender crimes and the relationship with the civil society. There are armed forces that have complete participation on security, such as Mexico, where we need the inclusion of women, not only to cover the traditional operations, but um, for different operations, different than war, to protect other women. I mean, when we are in prevention operations, social inclusion, these are the base of security. But to reinforce this idea, I have this map that we have on screen with an index of the agenda of women, peace, and security elaborated for the Institute for Women of the George Washington University, where we have different indicators of justice, security, inclusion, and we have the lesser and greater countries, uh, the ones that are more and less secure. I mean, we have Mexico, where we have a very concerning situation. We are 142 of 176 countries. So, inclusion of women on the armed institutions for security operations is where we can see the need of a deployment of women for these violence challenges that we need to face. In the armed forces, women can perform as professionals that are wise and flexible, defending the population, supporting justice system, supporting law enforcement to reduce feminicides and gender violence. We need a policy within the institutions that includes dissent. Let's go to the practical recommendations then and some proposals that I have for the effective inclusion of women in the armed forces of the hemisphere. As I mentioned, I say that this is a very enriching element for the armed forces, can help us to potentiate defense and cyber defense on the 21st century. It's necessary not only to continue with the inclusion of women in operations defend the war, but to increase in a more cross-cutting the effective leadership possibilities and invest on the technical preparation of women in sectors such as engineering, cyber defense, medicine, aeromedicine, disarmament, and straighten all of the trainings, the capacities that they need to be able to know the alternatives that we have to resolve controversies, conflicts, and increase the capacity that they have for mediation and negotiation. This is very useful in societies with high index of violence. We see Sergeant First Kelly Stedman. She is the first woman in the armed forces of the United States designated for led of a sergeant first for a group of engineers. I believe that also voluntary military inclusion is strategic and it's important to have more opportunities of growth for young women that cannot access opportunities, other opportunities, and they can become part of the armed forces, such as an opportunity of professional development, volunteer, of course. We have also a headline saying that fewer women are choosing the army as the service class. This helped me to talk about how important it is to redesign this army service from a different perspective, a more inclusive perspective to guarantee equality, of course. And I would like to mention some other practical recommendations for Mexico specifically to talk a bit more about the process of inclusion. In the case of Mexico, I have three practical recommendations. The first one is for the administration 2024-2030 within the armed forces of Mexico, where for the first time in history, we will have a women president. It's the appropriate time for the inclusion of women in the armed forces and to have a long-term success. So for the National Secretariat of Defense and the Navy of Mexico, I believe that we need an action plan. If it's developed by the institution, if it's developed quickly, the idea is not only to follow the steps of, for instance, Chile, where they have action plans that we have seen yesterday for the implementation of 1325 in the seminar, but also to potentiate with the action plans the capabilities of women in the Navy, in the armed forces, and the career. This is a process, and this is a success of the administration of the national defense. We need to move forward on the inclusion for the strategic operations, including women. This was the idea of the National Defense Secretariat. The first 7 women will be graduating, 6 infantry, 1 and 5 artillery, 11 saladoras, and they are going to become 69 women that have a military career. So this is very strategic, and this is making history to close the gender gap in the institution. Artillery. If we have women in artillery, this is because of the previous administration, we must acknowledge, but from the official, we found 21 that are part on artillery operations and 35 zarpadoras. 2 from artillery, 7 zarpadoras, in operations that are part of the operation of the national defense. 6 different elements are instructors. Instructors in military colleges, 3 zarpadoras, and we can talk about complete inclusion and ratify our inclusion on operations against drug trafficking. The women that want to become part of the armed forces to have a more open way to become part. We include a nurse, a lieutenant, the first attaché that is going to be performing diplomacy at a military level. The Navy Secretariat, the high rank, appointed a woman as general director for the ports. This is part of the strategic planning of the national plan and the relationship with the Navy. This is Captain Marisa Barca, who I personally admire. If I recommend an institutional improvement after this successful inclusions, I believe that in 2030, 2040, 2050 is going to be changing complex and will require abilities that can help the institutions to face challenges on threats and to overcome these challenges. So let's remember that right now we are living a nuclear risk that we have never before it. Since 1950 missile crisis, we have threats on cyber defense that have no precedent and are moving at a fast pace on our administrations. This is why we need to train women that are part of the armed forces to have experts on cyber defense engineers for the infrastructure, strategic infrastructure. In case of Mexico, we are the first country on cyber attacks, according to the Cyber Threat Defense Report of 2024. I have a suggestion for the medium and long term. This is something that we have not mentioned on the armed forces of Mexico. Inclusion of women, civilian women for strategic advice in the structure of the national defense and the Navy of Mexico. These are women that are experts on military career. We don't have a space to become advisors of the higher ranks, neither on Navy or the Secretariat. So inclusion of civilian women on the structure of the armed forces of Mexico, seen from an opening point of view, it's important for us to explore and to generate the linked relationships tension that Huntington mentioned. We can improve this in Mexico for the civilian professionals to become advisors. This is something that we have seen in some other countries of the continent. This is something that we have seen in some other countries of the continent. This is positive for the civil society, missing persons, people that has been disappeared. And we can potentiate the topics of gender, human rights, the international standards for victims' attention, alternatives, ways to resolve controversies, peace, maintenance, doctrine, international affairs, among so many other topics of operation. And areas of operations. Thank you for the opportunity of participating on the seminar. These are my contacts, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Ms. Matamoros, for your presentation. We completely understand the suggestions and the situation, current situation of Mexico. Thank you for your presentation. Now we're going to go ahead to our next presentation that has to do with the importance of gender perspective on national security. For this, we have Wendy Watwin. She is an expert on inclusion from the Ministry of the Defense of the UK. She is an expert on human resources, on communication. She was assistant of the defense personnel, and she managed some of the activities on the media's communication and some other joint operations abroad. Without further ado, Wendy Watwin, the floor is yours.
I can. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear and see your presentation as well.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, buenos dias. My presentation will be in English. I think it's better for you, but I'm delighted to be joining you here today to discuss the gender perspective in the armed forces and in wider national security roles and the operational implications for defence and our nations and the challenges. I've spent most of my career in human resources roles, but I have deployed on operations 3 times. And you can see in this photograph, that's me in Iraq several years ago. So I've seen firsthand the value of gender diversity in national security. And in my current role, I'm focused on driving cultural change that's needed to achieve more diversity of thought and a more inclusive workplace for our people, because that's where we get our operational capability from. And what I'm going to talk about today is relevant to what we call the whole force, civilian and military personnel working not just in the armed forces and defence, but right across the security sector. So why do we focus on diversity and inclusion? It remains a priority for the UK Ministry of Defence and for our armed forces, but what do we seek to gain from it? Well, the headline is there in orange. It is critical to enhancing our operational capability. It builds strong, effective teams so that everybody can give of their best. It improves decision-making and innovation. It takes away the potential for groupthink. So it allows us to deal more effectively in the face of new threats. So, for example, cyber and grey zone warfare. It also allows us to compete for the best talent so that we can attract into our armed forces and the defence sector from across the whole of society. And importantly, it increases cultural understanding, not just when we're serving alongside our allies, but when we're serving overseas. And I'll show you an example of that later in the presentation. Of course, it's also morally the right thing to do. It reflects our values, both in defence and as a nation. And finally, it improves our standing, our reputation, and for defence, that gives us support from the public, from our politicians, it maintains our relevance, and it gives us what we call our licence to operate. So turning to look at the UK vision for diversity and inclusion, the first goal is what we call the golden thread. And as I said, it gives us that, it enhances our operational capability. This is why we focus so much on increasing our diversity and inclusion. It also means that we're an inclusive employer, so that staff feel confident that they're particular experience, their background, their talents, their skills, their perspective will be valued. It means that we're an organisation that better represents the society that we exist to serve. And finally, it means that we are recognised as a force for inclusion across society. And that means not only that we can attract and recruit the best possible talent, but it's where we get our public support and our licence to operate. And underpinning all of those goals is our unifying purpose, which is very much based on improving the personal experience of all people in defence so that everyone has the chance to fulfil their potential and deliver at their best, which of course in turn leads to better operational capability. And the UK learned a hard lesson in 2016 as we reflected on our role in the Iraq War. The Chilcot inquiry found that the UK government had suffered from groupthink, that it didn't properly understand the situation, that it lacked vision and foresight in thinking through the potential consequences of our actions, and that our decision-making was not as effective as it could have been. And as a result, in 2018, a Chilcot checklist was created to help the Ministry of Defence in future in asking the right questions and allowing space for reasonable challenge within our decision-making. And the Chilcot conclusions were reinforced by a national security culture inquiry in 2022. And that found that most staff don't feel part of an integrated, coherent national security system. They don't have a clear vision and mission. And the belief that our ways of working and our bureaucratic structures impede our collective efforts and our ability to do better. That's quite a negative takeaway, of course. But it suggested that the hierarchical relationships that exist in defence reinforce groupthink and prevent innovation, that our staff often feel under pressure and unsafe in suggesting ideas and providing challenge or speaking truth to power. And similarly, the UK Joint Intelligence Committee last year found that a lack of diversity across the national security sector probably made our decision-making too predictable, and that drawing on an increasingly diverse population from across the UK would almost certainly help develop competitive advantage. So we've taken notice of these reports and we're acting on them right across our national security community to try and attract, recruit and retain a more diverse population. And as we know from our defence doctrine, the nature of warfare doesn't change. It is violent, competitive, chaotic, and fundamentally political. We are here to serve our political masters. However, the way that we conduct warfare, primarily, though not exclusively, via the military, changes character. And the character of warfare is shaped by the pace and extent of technological, economic, societal, and cultural change. And it's this where focusing on diversity and inclusion can have real impact. And to bring this to life, I mentioned earlier an operational case study, and this is these are female members of the British Army working in support of an operation in Mali, Operation Newcomb. And by getting out on the ground and talking to women, by focusing on new areas of the local population, we discovered that women were much more willing to talk to British women and share information than they would have been with men. Now, this is more than just hearts and minds. That's important from a cultural perspective, of course, to allow us to carry out the work that we need to do when we're on operations overseas. But this is much more than that. It generated additional intelligence and vital information to support what the British Army was trying to do in Mali. It had increased operational effect. And back to that golden thread, this is what we get from taking a gender perspective and by focusing more on diversity and inclusion within national security. And if we take an academic view of the gender perspective, if we consider the thinking around it and the theory, a gender perspective has the potential to transform the traditional military model, as many of your nations will be operating, by creating increased understanding of non-traditional security issues and their importance. Without this, we are less operationally successful. It's like looking at a conflict without understanding all the aspects. Who are the key stakeholders? What's the political climate like? What's the local culture like? The economic situation? Where does the power lie? And how can we influence positive outcomes? And so having that gender perspective really enhances our ability to be more operationally effective. Now, this slide talks about the importance of critical mass. When you reach 20 to 30% representation in an organisation, change starts to happen. And there are some examples on the right-hand side that when women reached 25% of Hollywood producers, they took down Harvey Weinstein and the casting couch culture. And the same in the Senate, when the Pentagon reformed its sexual assault protocols. And the same in the White House and the press corps and Fox News, when serial harassers in the media began to be called out. This is important for defence, and it's why we set levels of ambition to recruit and retain more women. So in our civilian workforce, we are doing well. We have around 45%, a little over 45% of our civilian workforce are women, but only around 12% of our regular armed forces and about 16% of our reserve forces are women. So we are missing out on a huge pool of talent there, and that's something that we are keen to pay attention to. Now, this slide is a little light-hearted. It demonstrates the power of signalling to women that they are welcome. And it's also important because it demonstrates the power of role modelling. And I use this picture. It's a number of women engineers working in aircraft roles. It's on an RAF station, some of them working in instructional roles, but they are all qualified engineers. And it had huge impact, this advert, because of course the line, we also recruit men. We mainly recruit men into engineering. We need a lot more women. But people looked at this and recognised that, you know, there are a lot of women there working in one unit and one base, and they're all working in engineering roles. So it had huge impact. And that's when I was running RAF recruiting, and we were very keen to attract more women, not just into engineering, but other technical roles. So the levels of ambition that I spoke about, we have set a level of ambition to recruit 30% women by 2030. And we're around about 12% at the moment. In some of our forces, we are doing better. So the Air Force, we're around about 16%. But overall, it's about 12% across our regular and reserve armed forces. So we have a lot of work to do between now and 2030. So levels of ambition, they're not hard targets, but they are goals designed to drive the changes that we need to make to attract, recruit and retain more women. We want to move away from diversity and inclusion action plans and embed diversity and inclusion as business as usual, as part of our human resources function, so that we don't need dedicated teams to focus on it, but it just becomes part of the leadership function. So looking at some of the challenges then for women, that is another photograph of me when I joined the armed forces. That's about 30 years ago, so it's an old photograph. But you can see there 2 women in our flight on our intake. So actually that was more balanced than many women experience. If you were joining the army at that time, you probably would have been on your own in a group that size. But our demographics for our armed forces, 131,000 people, and only about 12% women overall. And the intake, our recruitment, around about 14%, so slightly better, but a long way to go to achieve that 30% target. And equality of opportunity took until quite recently, until 2018, when the ground close combat role was opened up to women in all 3 of our armed forces. That's the infantry role. And in order to attract more women into those roles, it's a bit like the photograph of the engineers, signalling to women that not only are they welcome, we value their skills, there is a role for them, and we value their background, their experience, and their different thinking. It's absolutely essential. And whilst it's a privilege to be the first women to fly fast jets, to sail ships, to go on submarines, to drive a tank, there's also a huge responsibility attached to being first. And we do what we can to support women in that position. And there's many who are going through infantry training at the moment that we're very conscious that it's a huge burden of responsibility for them to set the standard and to act as a role model for others. And role modelling is needed at all levels. And in order to achieve more diversity and inclusion in our armed forces, we need positive action. We need to take the measures to signal and to change our language so that we attract, recruit, and retain more women. And we'll look next at some of the areas that the UK has been focusing on to do that. So firstly, addressing unacceptable behaviours. Sadly, we are still experiencing pockets of behaviour such as sexual harassment, bullying and discrimination, targeting not only women but other underrepresented groups. And that obviously acts as a real challenge to people being able to perform at their best. So we've introduced zero tolerance policies to deal with those issues. Our uniform and equipment, having female clothing and equipment such as body armour that allows women to do their jobs, to get down into a firing position, to hold a weapon and be more effective operationally. These things have only recently been introduced. Women's health and the need for a better understanding of the female reproductive system and the impact that has on women's ability to do their jobs, to operate around the globe. And I mentioned earlier the signalling and role modelling that we are doing to attract and recruit more women. But on retention and progression, talent management, career flexibility, bringing in more flexible ways of working, childcare support, protection from deployment for new mothers for a short period of time, and then actively talent managing our most capable women, as we do with the men, but making sure that those opportunities are available to them. We're also working with the Office for Veterans Affairs to increase understanding and recognition for female veterans, and we're learning lessons from them as to looking back what would have helped their lived experience in the armed forces. And this slide, the iceberg, really brings to life some of the challenges that exist around gender inclusion. And above the iceberg, above the waterline, those are the things that, if we deliver them effectively, they will make defence and national security a much better place for women. But under the waterline, there are many other areas that inhibit women's ability to progress. And these are largely related to softer issues such as culture and behaviours. So they're not simple to fix, sadly, and they rely on changing the culture, challenging behaviours, on men being allies, and on creating the space to have different voices heard. So some final thoughts that really just draw to bring to life what I've been speaking about. Firstly, the competitive advantage that focusing on diversity and inclusion gives us over our adversaries. We're doing this because it makes us more operationally effective. We need to signal to women that they are welcome. Having a diverse perspective and a focus on the gender perspective leads to better decision making, so it takes us away from that groupthink. And I wonder how much diverse thinking and safe space for challenge has gone on in the Kremlin in the last 18 months. So a more diverse and inclusive approach can generate greater levels of cultural understanding, and that again enhances our success on operations, as we saw in the example from Mali. But a focus from the public and from our politicians on unacceptable behaviours undermines our ability to and our licence to operate, our ability to succeed within defence and wider in national security roles. So addressing those unacceptable behaviours is absolutely key, and we have a programme running at the moment called Reaffirming Our Standards. So it's reminding people the standards that we expect them to uphold and taking hard action when those standards are not being met. And a whole of government approach is needed to achieve gender balance in national security. So we're working with our industry partners right across the defence sector to create those opportunities to bring more women in. That may not necessarily be in the armed forces, but in other parts of defence. That all enables our national security system to operate in a more effective way. So thank you very much indeed for listening. That's the end of my presentation, and I don't know whether there's time for questions, but it's been good to join you and to contribute to your conference. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, Wendy, thank you very much for your presentation. Of course, it's always very valuable to hear the experiences of a country, of armed forces that have gone through operational experience, that have been able to overcome difficulties and, of course, at the end, succeed as the way you have. Understanding also that there's still room for improvement. So thank you again. Thank you very much, Wendy, for your presentation. Bien, vamos a continuar entonces.
Right now, we're going to continue with a topic that is quite different, probably, but that reflects the cross-cutting nature of this issue and the topics that have to do with the defense and the integration of women into the armed forces. So right now we're going to listen to the presentation of conciliation of the Professional and Family Life as the Axis of the Defense Policy by Maria Jaraparra. She's from the Ministry of the Women. Since we're talking about the cross-cutting issue, and we want to know how the different areas are integrating so this team advances in an orderly and effective way. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. For me, it's a pleasure to be here on behalf of the Ministry of Women, the authorities. I would like to salute on behalf of the ministry. It's important, everything that we have mentioned throughout the seminar. I would like to also salute women that are here on the room. I see some familiar faces. General, I was able to listen to your intervention on the first day. My ally, Commander Fabri, who is someone who I work with every day. This is something that we do daily, and it's important to acknowledge it. It's very important for us to be here. We have been following up and accompanying some of the topics that we have discussed. And today we're going to talk about conciliation. But beyond the topics and the content, because I know that you have seen this in greater detail, we are going to ask some questions for the reflection. I understand that people that are here and joining through the Zoom platform and the YouTube channel, we take decisions all the time, and this impacts the life of others. Not only distribution of work, schedules, but impact and define different levels regarding the well-being and the life of people. So let's talk about the government program. What is it that we do nowadays, and how are we looking to have more social justice, deconcentration of power? We have 4 important pillars. All of the actions, the programs, the plan are focused on these 4 cross-cutting perspectives that have to do with transition, feminism, decentralization, and guaranteeing dignity in work. These perspectives have 3 main tasks that have to do with facing the consequences of the sanitary emergency with everything that implies, not only for men but for women. The impact that it had regarding participation of women on the labor market and some other gaps that I understand that we know very well. To promote democracy, to take care of the change processes, and to move forward towards a society that have in the center sustainability of life. This is something that I will be talking about. Life sustainability, care, security, and well-being of people and communities. But I would like to also talk about the concept of gender perspective in the state. We have seen feminism on the state, sustainability of life, perspective of gender and state, and this was approached on Wednesday. Equality. I think that General, you mentioned this, material equality, if I remember well. It's not only something that we can point out, but the exercise of the rights. This is substantive equality. I would read the following that says or state that we have our fundamental rights, and the substantive equality help us to have full effect and capacity to be active in our lives, our daily lives. So beyond fundamental right, it's more on how in our everyday we make this real, this right, and we can exercise this right when we apply gender perspective. How is it that men, women, diversity of people can exercise and equal opportunities, the access to goods and services? So, in gender equality agenda, Paula Gonzalez talked about this, and I would like to thank her. This is part of the work that we do on the ministries, everything that we do, the commitments that we have towards gender, and the Ministry of Defense has an agenda that is very robust. We're moving forward, reinforcing the internal architecture, the institutionality at an internal level, and beyond talking about each of the objectives that we saw on Wednesday, we would like to highlight the approach of the concepts that are fundamental for the defense agenda: human rights, gender, prevention of violence, corporate responsibility at social level of the care. This has different components of responsibilities, not only for the public environment. How do we care about the dialogue inside the family, private space, but also responsibility at a social level? How do we approach it? The care, people management, and conciliation. This is something that we will see in further detail. And the question is the following: why the concepts are fundamental to move forward towards greater well-being of people are legitimate differences, biological, create differences, social differences. At what time? Is it on the labor market, on different spaces, social differences for access, for development, for permanence among men and women? What are the challenges that we face in the organizations and the labor metrics? How do we face it nowadays? Millennials, centennials? Do we have different needs, not only for the new generations? People that now will have a lot of experience on the labor market that can straighten and enrich the labor spaces as well. And all the people that are here, we do have our own history, right? We are not neutral to gender. We have a history, and the history, it's embedded on the workplace, on the labor market, and this is also part of our family, embedded in our person, and this is how we build. So the idea is, I don't know your history, I don't know the areas that you work at, I don't know the areas that you develop, the people that you see every day, that you share every day, that you share your spaces with. But the idea is to visualize the people that you share your spaces with and to reflect about what do we expect, because it's important to incorporate gender perspective. And it's not only for women, and this is very important to consider beyond the numbers, the quotes that we have read and mentioned, 52% of the population. Gender goes beyond. So the invitation has to do with moving forward on these concepts that we mentioned at the very beginning, and how we can incorporate the gender perspective to the very end, exercise the rights that we have. This is something that happens when we're binded, when we have relationships from a very young age, when we communicate with people. It has to do with a social connection, cultural connection that comes from sexual differences, how this generates differences at the same time. And we can talk about the system, sex gender. Hopefully, we can have that opportunity to develop that topic. This is about roles, stereotypes, sexual division on the labor market, the roles, the behaviors that we hope to have, the stereotypes, the visions that are simplified of things that we believe of someone. We can say, for instance, I don't know, if you are women and women heterosexual from a rural area, discapacity, you have title and you have an idea, simplify ideas about the needs that they have about labor, disponibility, availability on the shifts, if she's available to deploy, if she's interested in the operations, if she's going to be there, if she's going to reach the talent when we recruit. These are stereotypes, unconscious stereotypes, and these are things that we need to work on personally. What is it that finally we think about that? What are the stereotypes that we have? Gender perspective is something that is comfortable for us to talk about inside the organization, or is something that is too difficult to discuss, and why? And to understand that we all have this cultural background, that we are permanently moving towards these concepts that we need to deconstruct, that we need to have the will to move forward towards greater rights and greater well-being. So this lack of equality in gender that have been mentioned already, but if you want, we can also build together. We can talk about the people that are connected to think about some of the gender lack of equality that you have seen, if they influence the way we think, the way we behave, different spaces, different times used, participation on the labor market, provision, access to goods, services, land, house, real estate, financial resources, violence, different types of rights. So each of these dimensions that we can approach, according to statistics, we have a long pathway to walk. The idea is this influencing the gaps on how we act, how we think, the way we generate the actions, the measures that can impact the life of people that we are related to in the labor market. When we think about how to conciliate, when we think about organization, when we think about and when we evaluate the development, is this with the gender approach? If you have a greater burden in your work, you have globally a greater burden. Is he or she performing at the same time with the same efficiency that someone else? Maybe indicator in numbers, and to think number of reports, number of people. But do you have your history? You do have your time. So what's the global burden of your job that you're paid to do, but the one that you're not paid to do as well? This is also a burden. We will see the numbers, we will see the data. What's the difference? This person that has a global burden, if it's a man or a woman, can be evaluated equally. We hope to have the same result. So this, I think, it's something that we need to change, to talk about, to see how we can, improve in all of the spaces, to be more flexible, to be more able to get the talent. These are the concepts that has to do with role stereotypes and division of the work. And what is it that we expect when we mention roles? What is it that we expect of the behavior of men, women on different spaces? But the reflection was what happened if we don't comply with what socially is expected. And if we don't behave socially as we are expected to behave, we don't have at the very end the risk of professional development. What happens if we don't comply with is socially expected at family, labor, personal? And this I wanted to reflect on the roles and stereotypes on recruitment, deployment, training, specialized training as well. We were hearing an exposition and a presentation that talked about how important it is to become specialized. We need more women that become experts, men and women that are experts and specialized in co-responsibility implemented or to be implemented. About the gaps, we have evidence on this regard on how we advance because of the organizational culture that can at certain point can affect and how low levels of belonging and not make people feel the important for the organization, not able to keep the talent, to have more reference. This is always important, right? Always important for the new generations, for the conciliation of labor, personal, family. This is something that we're going to be discussing in greater detail, but I think that you will understand completely why it's so important to configure the benefits of conciliation, discrimination, and bias that we have in gender, because maybe people that are looking or people that want to see that develop in our institution are not going to be there because our institution maybe does not have the parameters that they need. So therefore, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to become part of this institution because you don't have the way to conciliate. This is a space that maybe still has measures that are not counting with the equality. So this is not attractive for you. This is not appealing for you. Maybe that we have the problem to retain people, to retain the talent because you're not acknowledged on the institution. Therefore, this influences discrimination, unconscious discrimination. This can become a challenge. And this can become a challenge because nowadays, if we see how do we do to be efficient, to have innovation, to have an impact, and to be avant-garde more even. We need specific programs for development of women that we talk about how important is, but also to be able to see, to be able to have the internal consultation and to have the support programs that are, this is something that we can do as an organization, saying, well, today I have a 10, 12%, I would like to have in 5 or 7 years, perhaps a greater percentage, 4, 5, 7% twice the number that we have, or 100%, right? This will be marvelous. This will be something that we would love to see. And to program, to have a schedule, and for this, we need to train. We need to train and we need to get the budget with gender equality. For this, we need to generate the programs. We need to identify. We need to detect the needs. We need to identify addressing where we need to incorporate the women and we need to work on these ecosystems prior to this because we saw how this is related and now we need to prepare the ecosystem. What we mean when we talk about conciliation, this is the organization of processes that work that is community and that would help us to complement the responsibilities of work agendas, including family, but also including personal. What is it that we have nowadays? 1 million of people that are having personal and representing 51.1% of the labor force in Latin America. Let's go back to the previous slide. Organization of the processes of work that can help you to complement the labor responsibilities, extra labor responsibilities, including family and personal, of this group of people, right? This group of people, this is the X-rate of the people. We have 16.2% of only people that in 10 years, this number is going to be twice the one that we have right now. This does not have to be with care, conciliation, thought for men, teenagers, where we're taking care of someone. Who is taking care of the one who takes care of you? This is an important question that we need to answer, part of our story. and 29% of what we do is done by a machine. And this is a relationship between labor and personal, and this is a component that nowadays it's something that potentiate and that we need to discuss, and we can discuss in different spaces. However, we need to go from the intention to the action, because the number talks about a group that it's under pressure. And this is why, as ministry, we are imply on the number. The number talks about women. Women are under stress. So in the invitation is to consider the number, to consider and to think about the number and the data, and to do what we need to do so we can access to equality of conditions with the new. Talking about the redistribution of time, you can review the numbers of the last census of time. We are nowadays applying again. This is 2015. It's being applied again. We hope that we see the change. We know that the changes take time. This is not something that is going to happen overnight. Women have 8.5 hours a day are not remunerated, and men 2.5 hours. This is the practice. It's the number. How many hours more? So, that are working as their own purposes. There's a group of people that go to bed at 10 at night, and another group goes to bed at 1 a.m. in the morning. So this is a psychosocial risk, and regarding development, this is not something that we need to step aside from. And it's important to mention all of these topics and to bind them to what is happening currently. We can see some other examples that have to do with this number of hours, these 3 more hours that we're dedicating to the spaces. So what's the value that all of us, men, women, need to have towards sustainability of life, all of the actions and people that help us to be today here? What's the value that we provide to the house that we do our work? This is not something that we can see translated on the market. This is something that we continue to negotiate in the family, and this is something that we need to assume from the logic, pastoral responsibility at a social level. And I invite you to visit www.chile so you can see the different measures that we have to impact and change the life of women. And this tier system, this is something that we're working in a very cross-cutting way to be able to, have more democracy on the care service, care system, and understanding that the private is not only what happens in the family, and the public is not only what happens outside the family. So the question is, who cares? The one who care for you. Conciliating has not many benefits, but this is a social right. This is a fundamental condition that generates more well-being to people, and the people who depend and need care, they have the right to receive it, and also we have the right to take care of. It's very important. Conciliation at a personal level will facilitate that anyone who is working can at a certain point has a professional career, but can have the right to care and be taken care of, to develop the personality, the training, but also autonomy and the right and exercise of the rights. To have this process of reconciliation beyond that tells attraction, retention, vocation, that is very specific. In the case of the Air Force, to improve the environment, productivity, innovation, to the turnover, because this is related to well-being. This is finally the idea. And on the other hand, to mention some consolidation measures, I know that some have been implemented already, but some of the ideas are things that are happening in some other places that we need to review and make sure that it's something that we can use under a regulation, but effectively. It's important to think and to rethink the importance the people that are here can accompany and to think that at a certain point in our career, we can accompany our son or daughter to go to the dentist. This is part of the training. This is part of maybe we can go with our parents, our siblings to the doctor. It's important to think that we need the balance, we need equilibrium. This can happen at a certain point. This is something that we can see at a certain point, and we can talk and we can review the list licenses of maternity. This is something that we also need to stand up for. We need to review the numbers. We cannot quit this exercise of this rights, evaluation of flexibility, flexibility on the schedules, be able to work from home, the challenge, and with this, I wrap up my presentation, is we need to go deeper on integration of the gender perspective at a national level to guarantee that the needs, the experiences, and the perspective of women and men that are part or that are integrating the institution can be with the equality that we need and without labors and gender. Thank you. Thank you for your excellent presentation, Nayef. Thank you for the contribution. Thank you for the work that you have delivered on the different ministry. Thank you. We're going to go to the operation part, to the integration part of the advance of Resolution 1325, especially what has to do with planning of the operations. And we are gonna have a presentation by Colonel Jesus Gil. He has a lot of experience on planning, and he has been part of the teaching and the instruction on different organizations for quite a long time during his military career. He has been part of different areas that has to do with the implementation of Resolution 1325. He was chief of the International Office Representative of NATO. So what he is going to deliver on this presentation is coming from experience, from practice, and again, a lot of experience. This presentation has been part of different seminars and different instances, such as this one. Without further ado, Professor Jesus Gil.
I can hear you very well. Well, before we start with the presentation, I wanted to tell you that you have to do a little bit of mental gymnastics, because this presentation is going to tie all the ends of everything that we have heard so far. So the gender issues and 1325 and peacekeeping operations and everything that we have talked about, because sometimes I'm a very fast talker, but I want to tell you practical things that those that have uniform will understand very well. The presentation is already given to the IADB, so if you need it, well, you can give it to each other because it's going to be useful. Well, I'm going to place the presentation. Let me know if you can see it well. Do you have it on the screen? Do you have the full screen? No.
¿no? A ver, la voy a pasar a la otra pantalla. Como ando con dos. Ups. Vamos a ver, un segundo. A ver ahora.
Let's see now. No, we don't have it, but we have it here. And if you want, we can show it. Yes. I will let you know when we have to change the slide. Can you see it? Yes.
Perfecto, muy bien. Pues vamos a la segunda diapositiva.
Well, the second one.
Entonces, las compañeras de esta mañana y
So this morning and in the last 2 days, my colleagues have been commenting about why women in the armed forces and why women peace and security, why women. And the men in the public will say, well, we have been talking only of women and nothing about men. Well, I'm going to start talking about men. And it was long before we started talking about women, because after the after World War II, happened everything that we saw here: the Rwanda genocide, the Bosnia War, Sierra Leone, in the Congo Democratic Republic, where there were massive rapes and massive assassinations of men, women, and children. And then people started thinking that women died and also children died. And so someone thought that we had to do something to solve this problem. And so in the decade of the 90s, especially in the 2000, we started to think why women have to be involved in the peace processes or in the security operations. Next. So in 1995, in the meeting of Peking, of the World Congress of Women, one of the decisions that was taken was to increase the participation of women and in the resolution of conflicts, because in armed conflicts and there are also foreign occupations like in Ukraine and Gaza, and there we will find women and children as well. The resolution 1325, and I'm not going to repeat it, but I want to say just that it was created because we wanted to highlight the disproportionate effect on women and children of the conflicts. And we had wanted to emphasize that women were the main victims and also the main role takers in the prevention of conflicts. So this resolution 1325 talks about the three Ps, that the P of participation of women at all levels, and of course in the security sector, and of course in the military operations. And it should not just be a number of the military list, but also these women should participate and be deployed. Protection of human rights of women and girls, especially the protection against the sexual violence related to the conflict and emergency situations, and that the military have a great responsibility to play in the protection. The third one is the prevention of violence against women. And then the resolution wants to ensure that gender is considered in all the aspects of the security arena. And then what is the incorporation of the gender perspective? Because we talk a lot about gender perspective, but you have said it many times, but I still don't know, you might think, what gender perspective is. So this is the one, how to evaluate how our activities as people in uniform are going to affect women and girls. So what secondary effects and beneficial or non-beneficial are they going to have in the population? And I use this as a strategy to develop my plan, the implementation of my work, and the evaluation of the actions that I undertake, because I incorporate the concerns and experiences of women, boys, and girls. So we think we have to know if the children are going out of school, or if if before we send a bomb or something, because the legislation that we're going to see will show that we have to evaluate all these things in the operations and force us to respect the human rights of people. Like in Ukraine and Gaza, we talk a lot about the humanitarian law. And so now we have to protect human rights and the security of the civilian population wherever we deploy. But besides, this gender perspective is used, as we have said before, as a force multiplier, because we're going to improve the effectiveness of our forces. So we're going to ask ourselves many questions during this work, especially when we plan. If we consult men and women, when we do a gender analysis, we have to include everybody and and we have to include all the ages, and all the groups have to be included. Also, if we have to ask if the security needs are covered, because there are different security needs, and we have to act distinctively as the different security needs arise. Do men react differently to women in these cases? And here we have a table that is a generic for to realize that if we're women, boys and girls, that we have the same rights, but we have different needs. The perspective of our work has to be different.
Ah, yo sí le escucho. Hola. 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 Yo sí escucho bien. Hola. Hola, ¿hay alguien ahí? Yo sí escucho bien. Hola. Sí, por ahí dicen que sí se escucha. La gente me escucha. ¿Pueden
People are
poner?
hearing me. Can you place the presentation, please? Thank you. Well, can you hear me at the room? Can you confirm? Yes. So I was saying that on this table, we can see the different generic perspectives for women, boys, and girls, and that we have to take into account when we plan. We can have many different tables on security issues, but this is a generic one. Next. Now, who says this? Who says that we have to work on this? Well, it says that the United Nations and the Security Council, and also the resolution 1325 and the organization of the NATO. And although the majority of the countries that are represented in this room don't have any relation with the NATO has advanced in military planning with a gender perspective. And on the other hand, the countries that are part of UTAN have to follow these directives. For instance, the United Nations has or had a document that was the one on the left, which is the integration of the gender perspective under the military in peacekeeping operations in 2010, but also has new legislation, new guidelines that we can see on the right that says that to implement the gender perspective into the military, this is not long. It has only like 30 something pages, but it is very interesting. In general terms, it helps in the preparation of the pre-deployment, and it talks about how to plan the military operations for deployment. And it is a document that is important for the people that work in planning at every level, and be it strategic, operational, or tactical. Next. So this document has an index where it talks about many things that are included in all the military documents, but it is it has something important that for the people that plan. The annex of the incorporating of gender perspective into the all the parts of the military planning. which is the military planning process in a coordinated manner to execute an operation that is in accordance with international standards. And I recommend this to you. It is in internet, so download it and read it. This document also includes, you can't see it very well because it's a small screen, but it includes the levels of the United Nations where there has to be gender advisors. And these are the red boxes. And as you see, it is at the height of the commander and the head, sector head, and it tells you where the focal gender points have to be. And the focal gender points have to be at all levels, as you see here. And the gender advisor is a person that works at 24/7 as a gender advisor in case of any need. The focal gender point is has a double hat because it works in the resolution of 1325 and in gender issues. So it is a logistics and a planning person, but it's also the focal point on gender for that team. This is legislation. This is a document that is also in the internet that talks about the planning with a gender perspective. And it is also a short document, just a few pages with the gender perspective that is used for planning. It was enacted in 2015, July. Next. And this is the other document that is very important. I have read that some people don't like that people want links. All these things are public versions, and you just place a name and you will see the document there. So this is the integrating gender perspective into the NATO command structure. And all the forces of the military forces of the NATO that are deployed in any operation are ruled by this. And it also it's also applied to the armed forces of Colombia as a partner of NATO. And I would suggest that all countries read this standard because there is nothing like it in any other region. As next. And so as we can see in the index of this index, it talks about the operational part in the blue box. And then here, this directive or guideline talks about what we are interested in, how to integrate gender perspective in all the levels and all phases of planning, and how the gender advisors and the focal points are the persons that have to help the people that plan to integrate this gender perspective in this resolution 1325, and how in the operations for the creation of forces, the gender a person has to be there together with the focal point to recruit men and women for that deployment. And that we have mentioned before here, because it has to be for men or women that are deployed. And I won't say in which country they said that women cannot deploy because we don't have them, we don't have a place for them to bathe themselves. No, there are no excuses. But we're not going to deny their access to participate in military operations due to reasons that are not so important. And the last issue, but very important, participate in the operational planning and include in that operational planning and the gender annex. And now let's see what the gender annex is about. So this gender advisor is a normal advisor that is under the commander and that works with all the areas of the chief of staff. And this person is here to hear, listen, and advise, exchange experiences, and to participate in the planning. So sometimes the sections, the gender sections, the people don't take them seriously. No, these people are going to facilitate the planning and the work of that section. Next. And this gender perspective, at least at the NATO, and it should be in all the countries of the world and the United Nations, is included in the operational planning from the very beginning, from the moment that we're just analyzing the situation to see the deployment and what type of operational deployment we need. And also when the when the forces retire from that area, from the beginning to the end. The gender advisor is that rare guy that is just one more advisor. No, we have to support this person. We have to treat them just as any other. What work does this advisor have? It is very important to have the awareness that the NATO and the United Nations and the European Union and any country has this structure of gender advisor at the military level. The gender advisors 24 hours a day, 7 days a week work at the operation and strategic level and tactical level as well, as focal points in all the areas. And in Colombia, we go to the platoon level, but they have to be trained. They have to have the adequate employment because we put a lieutenant, and the lieutenant can be great, but they are not going to be respected because at a general headquarters, everybody is a colonel. So they have to have the necessary seniority so that the commander and so that they're respected. So they have to be trained and the focal points have to be trained by the gender advisors. This is a work that is very hard and they have to be appointed and the job description has to be in the list of jobs. And they have to be clear on what they have to do. So what work do they have? They're like they have many arms. They have to talk with everybody. They have to talk with a commander, with their colleagues of men and women, focal points, gender advisors, and of other levels and other units. They are the persons that relate with all the focal points of all the chiefs of staff and has time to have external relationships that are very important with the different agencies of the state and civil society. All this is very important to work exterior relationships and also with the NATO and the European Union is so important. So we have to have a team at the gender advisors where we have people that can work on all these things. So we're going to highlight the tasks. They participate in all the planning and execution initiatives. We cannot open a planning table if the gender advisor is not there. And they so the gender advisor has to have an office and they have to have focal points in each one of the J's that we have seen before. The J's are the people that work, but one of those people or several of them will be the focal gender points and they have to be appointed previously by the gender advisor. So it's not necessary for the advisor to go himself, but they know that they have a focal point that are part of his team that is going to be in that meeting and is going to report back. And we have, then this person has to collect and analyze and provide information and gender on gender-related issues and perform gender analysis in different operations. And it trains and support gender focal points and develop strategies and supports commitments and directs supports and relations with internal interested parties. We said that the focal points have to be trained by the gender advisor and work in the gender perspective on a daily basis in their own teams. And they support the commanders on gender mainstreaming efforts and they also support the gender advisors and the different gender analysis. So this gender advisor from the very beginning has to participate in the force generation is to see what forces we have, artillery, missiles, how many women do we have in each unit, how many women are going to be in this deployment. We have to see that the units have a balance of gender, because are going to have direct contact with the population. And in Afghanistan, the women spoke with 100% of the population and men only with 50% of the population. And they have to conduct the operations. And as we said, in the planning, you have to take this into account. And they have to see how the operation is being developed, and also advise the commander. And the reports and assessments should be periodical, and they should include aspects of gender and gender, sexuality and behavior, and standards of behavior. And the gender advisor has to have its gender annex. That is, it's called X, but it is a gender annex. And also, it must he must or she must establish a complaint mechanism and procedure. All the countries, the majority, have a complaint mechanism. And the problem is what the procedures and what is the follow-up of all these complaints up to the top. So if this mechanism of complaints is not confidential, no one is going to complain. And if it is confidential, we will have complaints. So any force cannot accept harassment in their lives, but it has to be confidential. I think that we have said this already, but we're going to review it. In the planning process, the units have to be trained. They have to consider the lives of the people that are going to be affected by their operations and their experiences and security threats, risks, types of violence, and the freedom of movement and access to resources, because this is for all the population, whether they're men, women, or children, and regardless of their social status. This is why do the military include gender perspective in our missions? Because it is interesting for us, because we are selfish and that interests us, and we will be able to comply better with the mission, because the operational environment or mission can affect us in the development of that operation. So we want to do everything and not to be affected. We do what we call a good gender analysis to know what is around us and how the operation can be better planned so that it doesn't affect us operationally. But also we have to respect the human rights of that population and give them the security that they deserve. Right now, I'm just remembering Colombia, because Colombia is carrying out the operations inside the country. So the Colombian population is going to be benefited by the military forces of Colombia. And so next. So in gender analysis, and many people ask themselves, what do I have to do? There are many manuals, many guidelines, many books, but in generally, if a person comes out of Bogota and goes to Villavicencio, well, more or less the culture is the same, because it's only Bogota. But if they go to Sinaí, this is the culture is different, the historical context is different, the legal and cultural system is different, and the gender standards are proper of that country of the mission. And then we have to learn the role performed by men, women, and children if they go to school or not, and how to interact with the community, because it's not the same thing to go to Japan and bow your head, or in Colombia where you embrace the person, or in Uganda that you give a kiss. And so in matter of this, I'm not going to repeat this, but it is vital that in the gender analysis, we have to analyze per sex, age, disability, etc. And so in this way, we can have a very good gender analysis that will give you a good or a better planning. And so it will guarantee us our success. So what do we want to discover with the gender analysis? Where if in a society that we don't know, we need to know what they have and what they don't have, especially regarding equality or disequality of gender and security. Because if we go to a territory where the children don't go to school or the people cannot have any type of health care, because we have to include all this in our planning. The following. So gender analysis is at all levels, strategic, operational, and tactical. And tactical is going to be much more detailed, and strategic is going to be more general at the level of the country, depending on the country. And but at the tactical level, it is in a territory that is much smaller. And so how do we do this analysis? There's the PMSC model that is international, and it's on the screen, that offers many questions that are here, and the comments are very good. And so the PMES gives us questions to that we can fulfill in this gender analysis. There are some other questions as well. There are many other countries, many other questions that can be made depending on the territory, but this is the basis that is also in internet. Next. Documents. The important topic here is that if we don't read the documents, we have to read on the respect of human rights, on the streamlining of the gender issue, and the fragmentation orders, standard operating procedures. There are many documents that we have to incorporate in the operational plan, and where we have the operational orders. And in the body, we already have the perspective of gender 1325 and the women, peace and security. This is a paragraph that should be included in all the bodies of the different operation plans. But we also have the Annex X, and we're going to call it the gender annex for the three levels: strategic, operational, and tactical. And it's going to be more detailed at the tactical level, and more general in the strategic one. And the gender annex can have other annexes or other attachments. And so it is very important not only to talk about the gender perspective and the resolution 1325, but there are some hot topics as well in the 21st century as the own, and we can include them as own annexes or appendixes, like children in armed conflicts, that is part of UNICEF, the trafficking in persons, sexual abuse, etc., etc., etc. Depending on where we deploy, there are topics that we can incorporate. All this has to be included in the pedagogical manual for the operations that each country should have. That should not be too different from one country to the other, and that all countries have to do. Let's go to the left. Besides the plan of the operation, we have the fragmentation orders, the FRAGOs, the SOPs and the TTPs, and all the documents that are written when you are deployed in a territory. Everybody has to include the gender perspective, human rights, and Resolution 1325, and as well the assessments and reports. We're about to finish. This is something that I wanted to incorporate. I don't know if someone from the public has come to, or face-to-face or online, to the NATO military gender perspective in Brussels. So 2 comments on this. And someone said, and it's important that we still have not created a gender doctrine at the NATO, and that would be very important. And then that we have to have more experience in making gender analysis, because people don't know how to do that yet. And another comment is the picture. As you see in the picture, there at the bottom, there's 5 women and 1 man. And this is the board of the gender perspective. And on the right, we have more women and a couple of men. But I want to call the attention to the participation of men in all these topics. If men do not commit ourselves, and we don't enter into this, and we don't learn and don't participate, the world is not going to change. We will not be able to do it alone. We need men that want to work on this. And the next slide. So if we complain, at the top left corner, the first presentation was a panel to talk about gender issues and security, and the participants and are the ones at the right. An woman admiral, an American, who is the director of the defense of the OTAN intelligence unit, a Spanish guy that is a part of the social cultural issues of his country. In the second session, in deterrence and defense, understanding the planning with the gender perspective. If you see, there are three men and the moderator is a woman. What conclusion can we get out of this? I say it clearly. When we talk about gender, we have three women, and when we talk about deterrence and defense, there's only one woman. So in planning, the majority of the people are men, not women, and this has to change. Those that planners, are the creme of the military forces, and if the woman is not allowed to enter in positions of combat and logistical administrative positions or legal or medical positions, they will never become a full general that can command a force, and they will not be able to participate in planning. So planning will always be in the hands of men, and this has to change. And here we see in this presentation, I want to know if someone has a question. Excuse me for speaking so fast. Professor, as always, it's a pleasure to listen to your presentation. Definitely, for all those that are in uniform in this room and those that are connected in line, it is very interesting to see how that planning that we just learned, and see that today it has additional components that allow us to seek for more effectiveness in our operations. Thank you very much once again for your presentation, and always hoping to listen to you once again in another occasion. Thank you very much, and a big hug to all of you. To continue, we are going to see something that has certain application, not only from the point of view of planning, but also, as we saw in the previous presentation of Jesus Hill, it has to do with the transversality of the different activities, especially now we're going to talk about cyber defense and gender focus. For this presentation, we're going to listen to Ms. Castillo, who has a relevant curriculum in information development and specialization in cyber security from the National Cyber University, and talking about cybersecurity and intelligence. So I'm going to leave with you Magister Angelica Castillo from Peru. You have the floor.
We are going to try to reconnect with the engineer. We were online just a few seconds ago. We have lost connection, but we're trying to connect again. Just a minute.
Vamos a ver si podemos visualizar su cámara.
Let's see if we can start right now.
Ahí la tenemos en pantalla. Vamos a...
We have her in screen.
Oye, ¿nos puede escuchar?
Can you hear us?
¿Cómo están? Buenos días, buenas tardes. Con algunos escucho muy bien. ¿Me escuchan bien?
Perfecto, la escuchamos perfecto y estamos listos a ver su
Yes, good
presentación.
morning. We're ready for the presentation.
Perfecto, le estoy compartiendo. Muchas gracias por esta invitación a
Thank you for the
la
invitation
Interamericana de Defensa por este
to
gran
the Inter-American Defense Board. I would like to thank you for this event.
en la ciberseguridad y el enfoque de género. Pueden ver
We're going to talk
mi pantalla.
about gender approach on cyber defense.
Se ve perfecto y se escucha perfecto.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. La ciberdefensa, al igual que la
Cyber
ciberseguridad,
defense, cybersecurity
cada vez que se está
are
dando mayor
a
relevancia
field that is
y
becoming more and more
importancia
relevant,
social en
more
el mundo
important,
digital
crucial
actual, la
on a
participación de
digital
las
world.
mujeres
The
es
participation of
fundamental
women,
como mundo
it's
para
fundamental in
garantizar una
this world
perspectiva
to guarantee the
y el
perspective that
desarrollo de
is more
soluciones
diverse and
innovadoras.
development
Por
of
ello, vamos a
innovation in
del día de hoy
solutions. This
con
is why
este tema tan
we
importante
start
que es la
with this
ciberdefensa
important
y
topic.
el enfoque de género, cómo venimos realizando las actividades, o
And
cómo viene implementando o
what are
planeando
the activities that we have implemented and the actions that we have implemented? Development of technologies help us to detect new threats, platforms, and more threats at a cyber level. Cyber conflict have created the need of having more efforts on the international communities to reach stability on the cyberspace at the global level. So it's important to have more emphasis on certain actions. Perhaps the government determines
Internacional de Telecomunicaciones de la ONU formuló 5 principios para los gobiernos.
as the UN 5 different principles for the government. One is that the government should provide and should be committed to protect the citizens on the cyberspace. Each country should commit to avoid hiding cyber terrorists on its territory and non-attacking on the cyber world some other countries. These aspects are very important for an appropriate defense of the countries. So, women in cybersecurity, we have for 2025 a number of women, a number of devices known as ITO can be more than 50,000 million. These are higher numbers because it's increasing exponentially. The number of cyber attacks can generate a cost at a global level of more than $10 million per year. So women, representing 25% of professionals on cyber defense and cybersecurity at a global level. This is not economical only, but has an impact on the technologies, on the development, on the digital area. The labor force on 2023, this is a report of the global gap of professionals on cybersecurity reached 3.4 million positions or vacancies than 2023. No, the 2022. And this number has been increasing 2021, so on and so forth, because it's increasing the technology, increasing on processes, on the transformation of the governments, increasing, importantly, the cyber attacks. Cyber defense and cybersecurity can guarantee that our airlines, networks, nuclear plants, systems of communication, emergency, among other essentials for life, can be protected against malicious attacks. It's important and fundamental on the development of electronic services, devices, something that we use daily, our smartphones, platforms for online shopping, banks, e-banks, medical registration, medical monitoring that with artificial intelligence is growing in every sector, implementation of new technologies that are also affected by cyber attacks, to protect even. How do we communicate? How do we travel? Our health. So it's amazing that women, representing 50% of the labor force at a worldwide level, now are only 25% on professionals on cybersecurity at global level. We hope that in the future we can have 2025, 30% of women, and to hope that for 31, we are going to be a representation of 35%. We have a lot of initiatives at a worldwide level, in Latin America even, with the same creation, dissemination of more careers, more positions, more ways to increase this number because of the lack of participation that we have experienced, of lack of experience of the people that can access these positions. What are the challenges of women on cybersecurity? There are many, and many barriers that can make difficult the participation on the advance of the industry, gender gap on cybersecurity. That's a world that's dominated mainly by men. This can create a sensation of exclusion, contribute to a work culture that is lacking equality. We have stereotypes of gender that are embedded in the roles that are specific for men on technology. This can disencourage women to participate. We don't have models to follow. We still have, in some countries of the world, more women in our continent. We should continue working to make visible, because I believe that we have, because I know that we have some, but we don't have enough visibility of women, because every day and what I do daily, what you do in my household, we don't have time to disseminate as much as we can. We underestimate and we overlooked the experience of women in cybersecurity because bias that are unconscious about the gender gap. There are hostility, discrimination, lack of equality on the wages compared to men for the same activities or similar activities. And this reflects lack of equality, right? And this can happen, and this can be an inconvenience. So we need to take some measures to promote inclusion, diversity on cybersecurity with mentorship programs. I imagine that we will talk in greater detail in just a minute about that. Something important that we should have is a debate about the needs of women and a way to increase the number of women working on cybersecurity. Stereotypes. We mentioned this, and this is an industry considered just for male. Technological industries, lack of investment, discrimination of gender on the workplace, on cybersecurity, corporational practices. According to Newman International Security Group, we have 3 reasons why the world needs more women on cybersecurity. To potentiate innovation, to strengthen the global economy, to maximize innovation, after understanding that if the number of women is not advancing, will restrict the development of cybersecurity and our digital products. This is because we're born with the same activities, with the same capacities. When we have restrictions from the society, it can be because of behavioral cultures. We
tener estos problemas de
can
fuerza
have
laboral.
this kind of problems on the labor market. We need to guarantee that technology exists to facilitate the life of the users. Having women designing and developing on the labs of cybersecurity can help us on smartphones, platforms, data collecting, social network. So the scientists have discovered, have investigated already about the problem of white man, as they call it, through AI that is predicting through data has bias on race and gender. This is an algorithm that is used on smartphones and are accumulating decisions, activities that are designed specifically for men because they have created it. The global economy. Women are still a group that is not as represented on the global economy. We know that global security and cybersecurity will become one of the most important businesses around the world. So the countries can lose more than one, we will think, if they don't incorporate women. The relationship between the threats and cybersecurity should be explored exhaustively as part of the development of the agenda on women, peace, and security. To move on cybersecurity using the agenda can guarantee a cyberspace that is more inclusive, protecting the rights of women, girls, and lessons learned through the traditional processes. So it's essential to increase the promotion of women that are leaders on cybersecurity, support laws on cybersecurity that can take into account gender, analyze obstacles, cyber threats, and the lines of women on the efforts to develop countermeasures based on the evidence, the fight against misinformation, discussions on hate, discrimination, extremism, violence. We know that women are part of this and are more linked to these sectors. We have the Institute for Investigation and Disarmament. This is an institute that is autonomous from the United Nations, and they have identified certain priorities that we should approach to reduce the gap on cybersecurity. Participation of women in cybersecurity, on negotiations. It's important to acknowledge that this will simplify all of the conditions, protect women against bullying, hacking. It's important because this is something that we should also consider, being bullied online, participation on political processes, and can deter women. All of the situations can deter the participation of women. Sometimes when we have these certain actions on social network, using any digital channel, can deter the participation on the will to women to participate. radical communities. This is also important to consider, and the impact of gender that are traditionally coming from the use of technologies, as I mentioned. We believe that this is something that it's more for men. When we are on the same capacity to be able to do any type of activity. So the diversity of perspectives, women can have different standpoints, approaches, mindsets to have more creativity and more resolution of the problems of the teams. It's proved and mentioned by many, many people how men value the work of women, sometimes in some specific activities, analysis of vulnerability, actions, such as the ones that we have on cybersecurity. Women have a greater capacity to see beyond. And this is a mix that a group with gender diversity will give you a greater perspective. In many times of my life, I've seen that we have the sixth sense. We can see beyond and we can imagine beyond a cyber attack, exploring, entering a network of a financial entity, company. So this is important to consider, to have diversity on the teams, to avoid and to facilitate decision taking and brainstorming, to be more balanced, to have better results. Women sometimes are important part of the objective public that decides on technology. And this is why we should invest on the implementation. The inclusion of women on security groups can promote more inclusion on the work, more equality for all the employees, and more resiliency. This is something that we're currently seeing and working on. Militarily speaking, the four pillars of women, peace, and security should be established for the previous standards, cyber war, specifically the considerations on attacking hybrid buildings. It can be electrical network, nuclear plants. We can give unique visions of the consequences that we don't want for the civil population. So we need to guarantee and propose to model and to have participation of women on the armed forces and the joint forces. We need to promote participation on the member countries in all of the positions of defense and security to guarantee to the member states that we can protect girls and women on crisis, on conflict, and the participation of women in military roles that, can be participation on cyber war. It can be the military environment reflecting the tendencies of the industry of cyber defense. Although women are underrepresented generally, some armed forces have implemented programs to recruit and retain women on cybernetic sectors, acknowledging the importance of gender inclusion. We also have initiatives, right? Women, peace, and security that are to improve technology, to approach resiliency, to widen the inclusion of people that work on the needs field, and the same processes for men and women on the cyber field, a group of skills, certain certifications, more knowledge, and this technological sector, and specifically cybersecurity, how we change constantly as well. It's important to consider because we should update ourselves constantly as well, permanently on new technologies, different variations of new scenarios that are coming up. Now, with artificial intelligence, for instance, we have more fields that are very interesting for all of the sectors, but at the same time, this takes us to see that artificial intelligence is making the criminals growth on fake news, on malware, on phishing, and this sometimes it's perhaps not monitored actively by the teams. So I think that we need to widen with AI the knowledge and to make this growth. And we need more and more people, more women on this sector, mentorships. If someone feels different, if someone has a position on cybersecurity, we have a better performance when we have women for the risk and cyber threats. Cybersecurity has many procedures, legal phases that I believe that we as women are in full capacity of become part of all of these fields on the more technical side, on the procedures, on the management, on cyber management of the information, but mainly considering that cyber defense, we have the strongest part that is national defense. So we have the environment, the conferences, the raising awareness programs, the recruitment, and programs such as this one, this type of seminars, this type of talks, so we can talk about as women all of the actions that we're carrying out, or the initiatives on the public and the private sector, and everything that is increasing and everything that we're doing daily. So as part of the conclusion, I think that part of the action that we need is participation and leadership of women. And we should invite the organizations to generate the strategies, the policies, but also to promote gender equality on cybersecurity. This is a gap that is honestly something that we need to work on and that we need to minimize. The participation of women is not only because of justice, it's something that can have tangible benefits on representation, decision making, being more resilient, promoting diversity on gender in the field. And this is important to build a future that is more safe and with more equality on the cyberspace. So participation, active participation and inclusion of women on cybersecurity will not only strengthen our defense on cyberspace or cyber defense, but also enriches our capacities of innovation to collaborate and to face the challenges on a digital world with more equality and more diverse opinions. We must always remember that men and women together can build a more resilient and safest world on cyber defense. Thank you for your attention. This is my data. If you want to communicate with me, I'll be more than happy. Thank you.
Ok, le agradecemos por su
Thank you. Thank you for your excellent presentation. And this is a very different approach, very different of everything that we have been talking and discussing this morning. It has to do with cybersecurity and how this affects directly the topic of this seminar. And this is why these are all the perspectives that we need to manage. Now we have another presentation of sexual harassment in the place of work, again, within the context of the military institution. She is the gender delegate of the Air Force of Chile. She is a lawyer from the University of Los Andes. She is an expert on gender perspective. She is part of the special command, as you can see on screen. She has a lot of experience on human rights, but also in the operations. We can definitely tell on the slide, and Cristina The floor is yours. Thank you.
Buenos días, hago propio los vocativos que ya fueron
Good
presentados.
morning. Today, we're going to take 1 minute to talk about sexual and labor harassment at the workplace in attention to our diverse international participation. This presentation has a general focus, but gathers everything that we consider best practices that have been installed both in Chile and the Air Force. In this sense, basically, we're going to talk about these three axes, our generalities, certain definitions, and what are the effects of harassment in the armed forces. Sexual and labor harassment are definitely expressions of violence that are generated in the labor circles that can affect any person that performs in our organization. These contexts exist at the universal level, and they transcend the borders and groups, finding themselves rooted and naturalized in all the sectors of work. As society evolves, the mechanisms through which these issues are materialized also evolve, and they affect the state. And in this sense, it is essential to prevent. Why? Because these conducts definitely are learned. And if they are learned conduct, they can be also modified. In other words, this comes from certain ideas or creations that are present in the different societies and historical moments that we live. And what are we looking for? Definitely to establish a culture of respect, equality among men, women, and other gender diversities, to generate a world of work that can be fair, respectful, and safe for everybody on the basis of a social dialogue. The labor environment today is a space of time in which we are, the majority of us, most of the day. And all the segments of society we have to procure to generate some labor environments that are harmonious and free of any type of violence or discrimination. This is not just an aspiration or an idea, it has a legal foundation. In this sense, we can find that the Declaration of Philadelphia that establishes the International Labor Organization's goals. And you can see that clearly it says that all human beings without distinction of race, creed or sex, have the right to pursue their material well-being and their spiritual development in conditions of freedom and dignity, economic security, and equal opportunities. This declaration was from 1944. So it exists universally for a long time, and it is in the human rights law as under the cultural and economic and rights. And that in Article 7 says that it is the right of every person to enjoy equitable conditions of work and dignified conditions of work. So we want to mention very specially today the Convention 190 of the ILO that was ratified by Chile, the same as many of the countries that accompany us today, and that entered into effect together with the law Karen that is related to guarantee the absence of harassment in the workplace that came out after the suicide of a health staff person that was faced with a harassment from their chiefs and ended with her life, her death. And so we're talking about that direct impact that our actions have as heads and chiefs of other people. And we saw before how the technology and the digitalization of the world pursues us wherever we go. All our areas of life are linked together. So in this sense, that today it becomes more important than ever that all of us make an introspection with regards to how we behave in our workplaces as leaders or as people that are led. Today, we have 39 ratifications. This is the ILO convention that regulates the abuse and harassment at the workplace and has a series of indications together to Resolution 206 that has certain non-binding proposals on how to implement 190. It gives us like an action framework. A survey in 2021 carried out in 121 countries with a sample of 1,000 persons from 15 years of age and over, evidenced the fact that 1 out of every 5 workers has had harassment against them. It can be either sexual or physical. So it was in general. So you can just to make the math, and you see that it is not only of the armed forces. And this tells us that this is a form of violence. I'm not going to enter into universal treaties that we have already covered exhaustively throughout these 3 days, but I want to highlight that it is a manifestation of violence. It is not a banal type of conduct, and that we can minimize and that hide themselves under certain dynamics that we have naturalized. In fact, all can be subject of labor or sexual harassment. But statistically, there is some groups that are more prone to this. And this is how we can distinguish those organizations where we have differences, symmetric differences in power, like the armed forces, due to its form, it's a hierarchy. And so we can raise a red flag at the level of interest that we have to have in this subject. It refers and affects many times persons that have certain circumstances that are adhered to the same, like ethnical, sexual, and the organizations where we privilege or we expand this relation with some unconditional competitiveness, like the goals. The goals sometimes they say it is not important how you reach them. And these factors allow us to determine if there is a scenario for greater risk for these conducts. And what is sexual harassment? Sexual harassment is that any action that is carried out by a person in an undue way, by any means whatsoever, that has any sexual nature, that is not consented for those that receive it, and that threatens their opportunities for a job. And if we want to see what are the requirements of these are sexual requirements. Usually, basically, there are certain proposals of sexual nature that are generated at the workplace. This conduct can be carried out through any means, directly, indirectly, presential, or digitally, non-consented. And this is what makes a difference, or where we apply the principle of reality. Many companies in the armed forces and all the society, we have stories of people that met at the workplace and that ended up marrying or having a relationship. But if one hears that that advancement is not accepted, or if you listen to a no, you have to stop, because the consent has to be objective and actual. You cannot presume of certain conditions or certain conduct. I'm not going to go more in depth into this, but at least this is what we have in our law, where in even silence and in certain messages of WhatsApp has been considered by the trials and courts as a rejection of that advancement. And the armed forces are permanent agencies of the state, and therefore their capacity to adapt is essential. And they have to modify their conducts and approaches to the new scenarios and the problems that arise. So this has to be developed in the workplace. In the case of the armed forces, we have 24 hours, 7 days a week, and you can see that the temporary scenario is broader than in other places of work. And also, it threatens to hurt your employment. And that and this can change as the social requirements change. And it depends on what the person thinks that is acceptable or not. But it is necessary just to have one act of this to have sexual harassment. Some examples that are not taxative, and this is not just when people are not educated. We have to separate this. This is a relationship like, for instance, unnecessary physical contact and that are part of the cultures of Latin America. Observations that are disagreeable, or jokes or comments on the appearance or aspects, and many times these conducts arise in some concepts that are mistaken of camaraderie and also the fraternization among colleagues. No, you have to situate yourself in the environment where you are. You have to understand that the diversity of generations in which we work today and with whom we work requires necessarily to restate the way in which we're going to approach and we are going to talk and present ourselves in front of others. This is closely related to leaderships. Leaders have always to see themselves. They always have to make their introspection exercise with regards to what I'm going to say, what the decision that I'm going to make, and if it is reconciled with my tasks as the leaders, administrative tasks, and the different tasks that we have seen already in a detailed manner. Some invitations, improper or improper invitations, like, for instance, the environmental harassment that is related to the sum of a series of small conducts that make the whole environment hostile and sexualized. These are new concepts that we have to integrate and that are aligned with what is regulated by the agreement 190 that is replicated in other countries that accompany us today. The use of pornographic images or posters of and obscene things, and also the clandestine observation of persons in reserved places, like in the case of bathrooms, and that can lend themselves to generate more risk in that aspect. The demand of sexual favors is, and here we enter into the terrain of sexual abuse that has a penal result. So definitions. Labor harassment is any conduct that constitutes an aggression or harassment exercised by the employer or one or more workers against another of the workers through any means, and that has as a result the effect, maltreatment or humiliation of a worker that threatens or its labor situation or employment opportunities. This can be vertical, horizontal, or even in the armed forces where we are so such a great hierarchy, and it can be carried out through any way, and that generates hostile workplaces. It can, in certain legislations, it can require the systematization or iteration. We eliminated that requirement in our national legislation, and this creates new challenges for all those that perform in our workplace, but especially for those that perform in the armed forces, where we have an organizational culture that is very particular to us, and that it calls us to exercise leaderships that can be adapted and recognize and integrate these new tasks or ways of being, or the empathy, how I want to be treated. Of course, this change is cultural. What our legislation is looking for is the cultural change. And we now have a variety of ages, and the schools that you went to probably are not like the schools that exist today. Before, there were many contacts that were accepted and they were totally naturalized. But now society has evolved, and we ourselves as well. And in this sense, we all have, because we all have our stereotypes, our biases on the basis in which we operate. We all have to ask ourselves this question before we make a decision, and many times before we make a comment that you think is quite vain, but you don't know the impact it can have in the organization or the person with whom I work. Some examples of labor harassment: insults and actions of denotation and threats. Talk about a person at his back, ridicule the person, make jokes about their sexuality, their sexual orientation or religion or ethnical origin, and the isolation of those that do not behave according to the gender roles that have been assigned. And they're he's going to take the child to the doctor because the mother can take the child to the doctor. And sometimes, we are not aware that we are making visible that for us is invisible. And that requires a permanent introspection and questioning of what I am doing, what am I thinking. And this is both for men and women. Statistically, the most affected are women. But today, we are talking about the fact that we saw in the previous presentation that we want to have a national plan of care, that we want to have responsible parenting. And we all have to ask this question. Assign tasks for the person that is under or sub or overvalued. Make comments, despective comments about women or men, or about their capacity to carry out certain duties, even if it's in a joke, or a sexist comment. Sexist comments are many times not just so disrespectful, but what we call micro chauvinism. And people don't realize it and don't even think it twice. So today we have to make a conscious effort on what we're saying, men and women and everybody that is part of the armed forces, and assign tasks for which the person is not qualified, and despective comments about women of the value that are considered female in general, comments that are sexist on women or men based on the biases of gender, and to demerit the professional value of the person. And the last time that we measured this, it was 0.07%. And the fact that we have a law now is a beginning, but it doesn't mean that automatically we are going to have this cultural change that we need. And so in this case, we are all called to collaborate in this to become true, because as we have said, the whole society will improve. It means that everybody will have better working conditions. And in the armed forces, how do we see this topic? I want to remind you that all the legislation that has to do with sexual harassment is founded in human dignity. The human dignity is a human right. All the persons, regardless of their place in which they work, have these rights. And this right has to be reconciled with the mission that is proper of the armed institutions. But we have it. So we tend to not comply with it. And these principles of military discipline, that is the cross-cutting, is that so every person that thinks that they have suffered an undue punishment, it can file a complaint and to whoever they have to touch on these topics of respect, but making them present contributes to more integral solutions and to avoid the working place become consolidated, especially the undue ones. And that's why we talk about social dialogue. Some effects of harassment in general, both sexual and labor. In the armed forces, it weakens the team cohesion. It affects the morale of the unit. And when the people believe there is impunity, then that sentiment of core becomes weakens itself, and it also affects the performance of the test that has been tested to the people, and it is impacting the person's daily work. It erodes the trust in the commands. And here I'm calling everybody that constitute the different echelons of command. And we have to understand that we all have to be grantors of rights, grantors that the mission has to be complied with. It undermines the operational efficiency. It affects the health of the officials and increases labor absenteeism. It is also universal that we always need people to fulfill the tasks that we have, and a bad working environment generates more absenteeism of people that are really necessary to fulfill the duties, generate silence cultures in the sense that I don't say anything, and then I'm not going to be subject of these contacts. And this only consolidates the problem and avoids its eradication. And it requires to point out when a conduct does not correspond. And this task cannot be given to those that are the weakest persons of that organization. On the contrary, it is the duty of the highest ones to end these situations that we all know when they are undue or inadequate. And it allows the talent to escape. And right now we want to recruit and retain good people. And it also weakens the institutional image because people prefer to stop working in that unit when they are subject of harassment. At the same time that it is something that weakens the institutional image. This is cross-cutting, that when these facts happen, we do not talk about Mrs. Sophia and Mr. Pedro. We talk about the army, the Air Force or the Navy as discriminators, as sexual harassers. Because evidently, if those of us that wear a uniform represent the institution, and we have an impact on the image of our institution. And how do we approach this situation? How do we make this efficient? How do we reduce this? Because we have to understand that there's always going to be some situations that are generated like this. This is a permanent challenge, a constant challenge. First of all, with the prevention and protection. Once again, all that work in an organization and a team are the guarantors of the rights, and we have to protect those that we work with. There is no other way to generate cohesion and teamwork if we don't have an environment of respect in which we accept differences, we emphasize, and we try to solve all the problems, and so that we can comply with the mission. To have systems of complaints as sanctions, and we have to generate a policy of zero tolerance, and the complaint presumes the existence of a due process with certain procedural guarantees. And in this sense, I want to say, because of applying the principle of reality, in fact, just the complaint doesn't mean that there is or not a fact, because we have to presume innocence, and also the ponderation of or the weighting of the evidence that we have. And can we also prove this? The other thing is the existence or not of the facts. And this is something that we have to transmit as well, because we cannot generate false expectations in our officials or officers. The presentation, sensitization and orientation is fundamental. Many of our conducts have been inherited. They come from the way that we were raised. And in this sense, we are not individual responsible for this. We were born in one time, educated in one time, and that is what is the structure of our functioning. But we have to think about how we relate with this active search of contacts that I can fall into, that are mistaken, inadequate, and that can impact my organization. I'm going back to leadership. And with regards to the best practices that we were able to rescue from Chile and the Air Force, first we have the generation of a cooperation agreement between the Ministry of Women and Gender Equity and the Ministry of Defense in 2017 that promoted and sought to the full and total respect of the rights of women, and the implementation of all the necessary measures to combat and prevent harassment and arbitrary discrimination in the institutions of national defense. So everybody that is part of this institution, regardless of their sex and denomination, is under this protection. And this was created in 2017. The creation of the figure of gender delegates in 2018, and the signing of a joint protocol between the ministries that we mentioned before to establish a systematization of the complaints on sexual harassment or labor harassment. And this allows us to take over this, because at the same time, the fact that we generate these synergies at the state allows us to implement in a better way the public criticism and materialize the commitments that were acquired in the different treaties of human rights that we have ratified and that are universally ratified in other countries as well. So this was our line until we reached this protocol that has evolved and changed as new orientations and laws have risen. the obligation to report on a monthly basis all the cases to the Ministry of Defense. When we talk about administrative right, we can also apply this internally, and the configuration and integration of the gender delegates in all the branches and organizations that are part of the defense. We have the Army, Capradena, EMCO, the Navy. So we are all present in a table of inclusion, and that is dedicated to this, and that allows, according to the organizational reality of each agency, to place these conducts in our institutional reality. In the Air Force, we published a policy on gender perspective in 2022. We're the only branch that has this formal guideline for the application of the gender focus and human rights in all our actions. And in 2022, we also published the policy on the gender perspective of the Air Force of Chile and the creation of the Department of Gender in the Staff Command in 2022, the appointment of the focal points for the support of the Gender Department in 2023, and the permanent and voluntary training by percentages to institutional members, and the publication and communication of the actions executed to materialize a respect culture. So this is what we aspire. And in conclusion, the labor and sexual harassment conducts are a problem of society that go beyond the borders, in which its prevention and eradication are not only an obligation of the armed forces, but of society as a whole. But in the armed forces, it is an essential element to comply with the mission. So if there is no trust, there cannot be cohesion, and we generate the erosion of the command. And how am I going to go to war with a person I don't trust? And that is, the final mission. When we cite the Red Cross, even the wars have its limits. With greater reason, our work with our peers. All the institutional members are guarantors of the dignity of all this law, which does not constitute an obstacle for the hierarchy and military discipline, but rather it is an element that is essential to it. So we have to have policies of zero tolerance, not mistaken loyalties or misunderstood friendships, where we all work in a workplace. While we will be able to comply with the mission better because we are able to exploit the totality of the capacities and aptitudes that all the members of our organization have. And with this, I finish. And so now, new technologies for new challenges. Thanks to this international presence of the IADB, and thanks to their relevant partners today, we want to comment that we have a platform, a digital platform that is the Hiker Rangers, that corresponds to a course to generate a training with regards to the undue contacts in the workplace. This course is going to be open until May 16th. I'm going to send you the information to register yourselves, and this is something that through technology and making a positive use of the same, as we saw before, because we also saw the bad things that cyberspace can have, we can use it positively, and in this way be able to train ourselves and to be part of these courses and the armed forces. so that you can see the new challenges, and that these new challenges bring with themselves new approaches and ways of training that are more aligned to the interests and the way in which we work. We're going to show a video. These are two short courses so that you can see how technology can be in benefit of this type of training. And we also have an additional course with respect to cybersecurity that is going to be available since the 29th.
Hola a todos y todas. Mi nombre es.
Hello, my name is Denise Perez, and I'm the founder of Hacker Rangers. It is an honor and a privilege to be part of the program of Women, Peace, and Security. Our goal is to make the digital world secure for everybody through the experience, the unique experience in which you can learn and have fun and strengthen your skills as the main objective. This trip is full of wonderful lessons and experiences. Remember that each action that you undertake in the virtual world has a real impact, and together we can create a safer world. Enjoy the game and great success in your way to Hacker Ranger.
It is an honor and privilege to be part of the Women, Peace, and Security program. Our mission is to make the digital world safer and more inclusive for everyone. Through gamification, we want to give you a unique experience where learning, having fun, and strengthening your skills are the main goals. May this journey be filled with exciting challenges and valuable learning. Remember, every action you take in the virtual world has a real impact. Together, we can build a safer and more inclusive environment for everyone. Have a great game and best of luck on your journey as a Hacker Ranger.
The video was generated by artificial intelligence, a technology that is used in the cybercrime today. That's why you can also learn about cybersecurity in this course. In 2005, my work translated my family from Venezuela to the west of the United States. So I merely survived my first winter, and the trip is everything that I wait for. Now it's time to go back to the United States. I have an airplane and we're landing in Miami when the captain announces. Security officials are coming to the plane. And I didn't think about it. I just showed my passport. And then I'm the only passenger that was escorted outside the plane to a room that was full, but cold silence. There were no telephones there. I was there and I don't know what is happening. My husband is waiting for me in Chicago, and I'm about to miss my connection flight. And I ask myself, if I'm going to be deported, I don't want to go back alone. I am used to my American life. And so I had my passport with a big red seal on it. And we cannot stay in the United States. My husband and I are going to go back to Venezuela. And with the support of the attorneys of the company that I'm working with, they're processing a new work visa. And so we went to the embassy for the new visa. And the security diplomat asked me, did you lose your passport? Why were you in China? Who do you know in China? Who's your contact? And I said, I've never been in China. I don't have any contact. Why are you asking me that? Why did you get me off the plane? And the officer finally reveals a criminal is using my identity to traffic women in the United States. And in just an instant, my life changed. My nightmare started for the next 6 years. I have to prove that I am the true me once and again. My career, my marriage, my mental health, and my well-being are all at stake. Nevertheless, a new perspective of life opened, and I opened it opened a career in cybersecurity, and it's a wonderful trip that I love, and I am so thankful every day for this. I ask, someone here has had an experience that has changed its career, its relationship, its health, its life. Please raise your hand. Exactly. All of us have had a story to tell, and we identify each other with our stories. Today, in our event on women, peace, and security, I share with you the tools that are key to transform our way of approaching cybersecurity, the ramifications and the full attention, taking our focus from a reactive state to a proactive and empowered state. The gamification is not uh, so joyful right now. It increases our capacity to respond to the threats in a strategic way. These methods can increase the rates of retention up to 90% that are essential for quick and effective decisions. The full attention teaches us to pause, to consider each digital action, improving our surveillance. And something that we value profoundly is physical security and digital security. As someone that has experimented the effects of the theft of identity and based on the cybersecurity, I urge you to use these tools to protect yourselves, but also to lead towards a greater resilience. I invite you to start today. Scan the QR code that is on the screen to have a free resource that will let you take the first step on how to face the challenges of cybersecurity. Together, we can create a safer future and more resilient to live cyber happy forever.
Por favor, inscríbanse, ese es el código QR.
Please register. This is the QR code, and this is a course that is very interesting and important about ethics at the workplace and cyber defense. It is the product that was developed thanks to, and product of the interaction of the IADB and Hacker Rangers. Do this. You have until the 16th of May to do this.
Vamos a slide, por favor.
To continue, we're going to go to the last intervention of this seminar, and it has to do with the results and the conclusions that were obtained as a product of the ad hoc work group that has the Council of Ministers of the America. All the ministers of defense of America gather every 2 years and carry out different analysis and studies and commission the work groups for different topics. And the one was the ad hoc group for women, peace, and security, and in the United States. And 2 weeks ago, we developed this work group, And what we're going to listen now is a little bit about the summary of everything that was talked and the conclusions obtained in the work group where we had all the countries participating, including the IADB. This presentation is going to be given by Max Shapron from the Department of Defense of the US. He has been the director of Brazil and Paraguay and as part of the Defense Department of the United States, advisor in space policies, advisor on global threats, advisor in security cooperation, and member of the group ad hoc of the MPs of the Americas. With you, Max Shapron.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. And thank you very much for that wonderful rundown and for the background you provided on the Conference of Defense Ministers of the Americas ad hoc working group on women, peace, and security. Before I begin, I want to first thank both the IADB and the FOCH for providing the Department of Defense this opportunity to share with all of you, all of our distinguished guests on this video call, both the agenda and the results of on women, peace, and security that was held in Washington a few weeks ago. Before I begin before I share with you the agenda and the results of the joint statement, I want to first provide an overview of the Conference of Defense Ministers of the Americas, and specifically this working group. The Conference of Defense Ministers of the Americas was created in 1995 by Secretary of Defense of the United States forum to bring together all ministers of defense and security from across the Western Hemisphere. The purpose of this every 2-year or biennial forum is to bring together defense and security ministers to discuss important pressing issues for the Western Hemisphere, for our national security environment, and for the world. And over the years, this conference has changed with rotating hosts. Every 2 years, a different member of the Western Hemisphere community hosts the conference. And we're very thankful that this year's conference will be hosted by the Argentine Ministry of Defense in Mendoza in October. As part of CDMA, during the every 2-year cycle, different CDMA member states volunteer to host working groups on important subjects to the hemisphere. This year, there are 3 ad hoc working groups. One hosted by Chile, which occurred in November of 2023 on humanitarian assistance and disaster response. The second working group, which was hosted by the Department of Defense of the United States, was held in Washington, D.C. a few weeks ago. And the third working group, which will be hosted by the Colombian Ministry of Defense, will be held at the end of this month virtually. So now I'm happy to dive into what our ad hoc working group discussed a few weeks ago in Washington. But I first want to share that we, the United States, were so thankful for the many participants, speakers, panels, and our observer groups that were represented, including the IADB, for a really thought-provoking and invigorating discussion on women, peace, and security, which is an important topic to the United States government and the United States Department of Defense, while realizing that this issue is both new and often difficult for other members of our Western Hemisphere community. So on day one, we began our conference with a panel discussion on how to increase the meaningful participation of women in the armed forces and defense sector. We used this first panel to help provide an overview of some of the examples from our CDMA member states for how the role of women has both increased and advanced at the ministerial level, at the operational level in each country. We are very grateful for our wonderful panelists from Argentina, from the Dominican Republic, and from Guatemala, from sharing their various experiences in countries of different sizes, with militaries of different sizes, and with great geographic diversity for the different ways that our partner countries have creatively and strategically expanded the role of women in both the armed forces and more broadly in the defense sector. After this presentation, we were grateful for a presentation by the Chilean Ministry of Defense, which I know is co-hosting this seminar now, which was a wonderful deep dive into Chile's experience developing a Women, Peace, and Security National Action Plan, but also updating that plan a few years later. This provided a really great example for the CDMA member states who have both developed WPS National Action Plan and those who have not yet started that process to learn about some of the institutional, interagency, and strategic level successes and challenges that Chile faced while developing their first WPS National Action Plan and then updating that plan a few years later. In addition, we had a supplemental presentation by the United States Department of Defense that also focused on this topic. But what our presenters specifically looked at was how the United States Department of Defense is looking at the United States government Women, Peace, and Security Strategy and National Action Plan and bringing that down a level to how the Department of Defense specifically can play a role in the broader efforts to build WPS principles across the US government. Our second panel of the working group highlighted how to develop a WPS National Action Plan. So while earlier in the working group, our friends from the Chilean Ministry of Defense provided an overview of how to develop and adapt or edit the WPS National Action Plan. This panel specifically focused on the different experiences of our representatives from Mexico, Paraguay, and Peru that had varying levels of difficulty, challenge, and success developing a WPS National Action Plan. And again, we were so grateful for the participation of our panelists who brought a wealth of diverse experiences, different sides of government, different experience working the WPS issue, and different successes and challenges of developing and implementing this plan within their ministries of defense and government. On the second day of the working group, we brought the discussion down another level, where we focused on the implementation of Women, Peace, and Security, in particular operational mission areas that are relevant to both the United States and many, if not all, of our partners in the Western Hemisphere. And this specifically included implementing WPS in humanitarian assistance and disaster response operations, the implementation of Women, Peace, and Security in maritime operations, and the implementation of Women, Peace, and Security in peacekeeping operations. Again, all mission areas that are relevant to this hemisphere and this community of nations. And we were really grateful for our participants from the Bahamas, from Brazil, and from Uruguay for sharing with us their Ministry of Security or Defense's experience implementing WPS in the particular mission area that is relevant to that partner. And finally, our last panel presentation focused on measuring of WPS progress. And we were really excited and grateful for our panelists from Belize, Colombia, and Panama for sharing with us the various qualitative and quantitative approaches that their national governments and ministries of defense or security took toward implementing WPS policies, strategies, training opportunities, and actual operations. And finally, to wrap up the presentation portion of the conference, we're grateful for a presentation by our colleagues from Canada on Canada's Gender-Based Analysis Plus. So one of the most important components of the NECDMA ad hoc working group is the development of a joint statement with recommendations that are then presented to all of the ministers of defense and security for consideration and adoption at the CDMA ministerial, which, as I mentioned, this year will be in October in Mendoza, Argentina. And so with much active and lively and fruitful discussion, the CDMA representatives at this ad hoc working group came up with several recommendations that will be presented to the Ministers of Defense at the ministerial in October. And I'd like to share all of those with you right now. So that this group has an understanding of where the various representatives of ministries of defense and security from across all of our countries, across the Americas, are thinking about WPS and thinking about how to best institute those at strategic and operational levels. So the first recommendation that we came up with as a group, recommend to the ministers that we continue to hold a WPS working group within the CDMA umbrella. And that's really important because this working group hasn't always existed. It's actually a fairly new concept within the framework of CDMA. But by recommending that we continue to hold this working group to the ministers, it gives the ministers the chance to show all of their constituencies and their employees at the Ministries of Defense the value that our leaders are putting on WPS and their desire to continue to hold regional forums to discuss this important topic. The second recommendation that the group came up with is to recommend to our Ministers of Defense and Security that they acknowledge the importance of WPS national action plans in implementing WPS policies and strategies. And this recommendation of the two-day workshop or working group that we had that highlighted the various challenges and successes with developing and implementing women, peace, and security national action plans. And so we thought it was important to recommend to our ministers that the development and implementation of WPS national action plans is one of several tools that can be used to implement WPS principles within a defense or security framework. The third recommendation that we made to the ministers was to recommend the development, updating, implementation, and maybe most importantly, the funding of women, peace, and security national action plans. And this was recommended especially to those countries who have yet to develop WPS national action plans. The wording that we chose for this recommendation was particularly important. We didn't just want to include the development and the updating of plans, but furthermore, the implementation and the funding of these programs. Funding is a challenge across all of our ministries of defense and security, as well as within our militaries and security forces. But by recommending to the ministers of defense and security of the Americas that this group sees value in funding and implementing WPS programs in all of our countries, we're demonstrating that there is a commitment to widening opportunities for women in both the armed forces and defense sector. And we'd like our leaders to showcase that by committing funding to those projects. The fourth recommendation that we made was recommending to the ministers of defense and security that all of our countries actively monitor and evaluate the progress of WPS objectives and strategies. The reason why we included this recommendation was because members of this community see women, peace, and security as much more than just a joint statement and a national action plan. WPS principles, strategies, and policies need to be continuously evaluated and updated based on everything from the global security environment to changes in the structure of a Ministry of Defense or Security and to ongoing threats or challenges that we collectively or individual countries face within our hemisphere. And the final recommendation that we made to our ministers at the ad hoc working group a few weeks ago was that ministers support the continued sharing of best practices and lessons learned regarding the topics not only discussed at this working group, but through forums similar to this one that we are participating in right now, and through respective national and international gender advisory networks. I think one of the best lessons learned that we gathered from the working group a few weeks ago is that we learn best from our regional colleagues. And what I mean by that is, even within the United States, we have large teams that focus on the development and implementation of WPS programs. but we learn best from the shared experiences of our regional neighbors, who, although they have different size militaries, different requirements, different priorities even, we still learn about successful opportunities and actions that our partners have taken to broaden the participation of women in their armed forces and in their defense sector and in their national operations that we, the United States, can take back and use to improve our WPS strategies, policies, and programs. And we're hopeful that our regional partners do the same. And so what we recommended to the ministers was continuing to not only hold this group, but reaffirm the importance of events like this that we're participating in today, and both national and international gender advisory networks, through which we can all improve collectively how WPS is strategized and implemented within all of our national systems. So I want to thank both the IADB and the Chilean Ministry of Defense and the FACH today for allowing my participation. I was super grateful to meet such wonderful colleagues a few weeks ago in Washington, and look forward to continuing this as an open conversation. As I conclude, just the final note I want to highlight is I think our largest takeaway was that with WPS, it's not a finite story. The active discussions, the active meetings at all levels within our systems, all the way up from the Minister of Defense and Security to action officers that are working to implement programs, is really important, because the best way that we improve our WPS policies and strategies and programs is through active discussion and collaboration with all of our regional partners. So thank you very much. And if there's time, I'm happy to take questions, but I will defer to the host on that. Thank you.
Okay, Max, thank you very much for your complete resume of what went on that meeting. I guess after all the information you provide us, all the recommendations that working group came up with, I guess everybody can rest assured. Well, actually, nobody should rest in this aspect. Everybody should be working, but having the knowledge that there's an active working group of all the countries putting together recommendations to advance in this topic. So thank you very much. As we mentioned for all the other presenters, every question that we have received and been receiving on the social networks, we will be forwarding to the presenters so we can then put or make them available, the answers to all the public. Ok, para finalizar, ya lamentablemente todo lo bueno tiene que llegar.
Unfortunately, we are coming to the end of our seminar. We have 6 groups working. We have a lot of initiatives, everything that, all the conclusions that we have after the seminar, all the comments, all the questions, it's just to help us move forward on Resolution 1325. For the closing remarks, we have the Air Force of Chile. The farewell is going to be a responsibility of someone that represents the advance of the agenda, women, peace, and security, General Carrasco. She's an attorney. She's a master in finances and economy from the Mistral University. And she's an expert on gender perspective. And as you can see on screen, she is the one who can tell us how we're moving forward. General?
Closing our joint seminar between the IADB and the Air Force of Chile, with speakers of first level about the implications and operation and implications of human rights and the gender focus. We observed that we always have to have this present in all the decision-making areas, and also including the tactical level. The conflict and situation of emergencies is molded by the gender roles that are inserted in the determined geographical areas. and it talks about the requirements for response. The armed forces exist to follow and deploy ourselves in situations of greatest exceptionality. We have general and special legal frameworks that are applied to us, and they should be operationalized with the recruitment and retainment of the staff to comply with the tasks that have been commended to us. Therefore, these topics for the variety of perspectives of operational effectiveness are very important. It has been a great day, great 3 days, and I want to thank you for your important participation, and we hope to find ourselves in a near future going more in depth of these subjects and some other analogous ones, and always seeking to improve our institutions and our society. Thank you very much. Thank you, General. To continue, I'm going to leave it with you. General Richard Heichman, who is the director of the Inter-American Defense College. He is a civil and environmental engineer of the Army of the United States with great experience in the projects. He's been in charge of more than 13,000 people, civilians, in civil works that has been carried out by the government of the United States, and also the director of the J5 for all the Western area. General Heiken is 1 year as the head of the Inter-American Defense College, and his support to this activity has been great. You have the floor.
I appreciate the opportunity to be with all of you today. It's a pleasure to be part of this conference, and especially an honor for me to address this group. We have over 13,000 participants registered for this initiative, and they come from 67 different countries. So the amount of participation that the board has in this important topic is really amazing and very encouraging to see so many nations and so many people excited about what we're doing in women, peace, and security. And it validates again the need for the Inter-American Defense Board to support initiatives like this, to share information like this, and to be a leader in implementing these initiatives. First, I want to thank the people who put this together. Our organizers have done an amazing job bringing together such fantastic presenters and all the logistical requirements that go beyond and behind putting an event like this together. Just getting 13,000 people on one platform is amazing. And the interpretation support was fantastic for us English speakers. So thank you. Women, Peace, and Security is a policy framework, as you know, that recognizes that women must be critical actors in all efforts to achieve sustainable international peace and security. WPS promotes a gender perspective and women's equality and meaningful participation in the peace process, peace building, and security. As you know, this agenda evolved from the UN Resolution 1325, almost 25 years ago. We're very proud at the college. Michelle Bachelet, the former two-time president in Chile, a graduate of the IADC, was one of the major leaders in this initiative, both when president and her later assignments at the UN. The WPS approach is based on the idea that women's safety and security is directly linked to a country's stability. The United Nations Security Council has adopted 10 resolutions since 2000 that emphasize women's involvement in political and peace processes. You know, what I've been really encouraged in hearing today is the constant discussion and enforcement of the principles behind women, peace, and security. Our presenters talked about protection, how we promote the protection of women and girls' human rights and prevent and respond to gender-based violence. We discussed conflict prevention and resolution. that we invest in women's leadership and empowerment to help build peace and stability and counter violent extremism. It's also really encouraging to see that some of the countries in the OAS and the Inter-American Defense Board are leaders in this effort. Canada and Mexico, Brazil, all very strong supporters of the integration of women in their military and the principles of women, peace, and security. We talked about accountability, that we have to hold responsible those people in those nations that resort to conflict-related sexual violence. And participation, that we seek and support women's participation in the decision-making processes and in institutions related to peace and security. Now, women, peace, and security sounds like a very noble effort, but it's more than that. It's a force multiplier. Research confirms that security of a nation is directly tied to the security and status of its women. At the same time, violent conflict upends and polarizes society by disrupting social structures and gender roles. Expanding evidence indicates that peace building and security programs and policies are more successful when they address the different impacts of the conflict on men, women, and gender, and ensure full participation of diverse women in the design and implementation of our solutions. As was just brief, we have a really exciting opportunity at the next CDMA, the Conference of the Americas, Ministers of Defense of the Americas, excuse me. If you can imagine, every Minister of Defense from all 33 nations of the OAS are going to be together, and they're going to be discussing as one of their topics, one of their primary topics, women, peace, and security. It's encouraging to have participation at that level from all of the nations in the OAS, and a sure sign that implementation of these ideals will continue and be an important part of every administration's implementation plan. Thank you again for being part of this initiative. Thank you for your work in putting this together. And thank you for being a part of the Inter-American Defense Board. Take care.
Okay, thank you very much, John Highcamp, for your words. Y bueno, muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you to all of you that have accompanied us during these 3 days online, from home, from your different countries. Thanks to those that came face to face, the civilian staff and uniformed staff and the staff of the different delegations and attachés in our country. And we also want to thank all those that have made possible this effort, the IADB and also the Air Force of Chile, that in this joint effort were able to establish and to make this activity possible. I also want to remind you that in the site of the IADB, where you can see the different social networks, we will have the videos and presentations available, and also access to the course of Hacker Rangers that we saw just a minute ago, and the course that Spain is offering. So thank you very much. I leave you with this information without leaving out the thanks to the technical team and the technical effort where the IADB and all the technical team that accompanies us of the Air Force of Chile have given a demonstration that working together, you can reach great things. Thank you very much. And I'll leave you with a video on the next activities of the IADB. Thank you and good afternoon.
No te pierdas el seminario de desminado humanitario que se llevará a cabo el 22 de mayo de 2024, de 9 a 12. Este evento, organizado por la Junta Interamericana de Defensa y la Organización...
Don't miss this seminar on humanitarian demining. It's going to be a unique opportunity to learn from world-known experts on humanitarian demining. We will celebrate a great milestone, the translation of the international standards into Spanish. Register today at this site. The seminar will have simultaneous translation into English, Spanish, and Portuguese, and all the persons participating will be part of this joint effort. Your presence is fundamental to help mold a better future in our country. Don't miss the opportunity to make a difference. Register right now, and let's all continue for America free of anti-personal mines. May 22nd.
Recording stopped.